that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Ning Tutu. After carefully reading all 9 marriage certificates, Lu Chuan took one out. He saw the words Ning Tutu written in the column for the woman. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. So it's Ning Tutu. I almost thought Ning Xin was also my fiancé. But isn't the name Ning Tutu a bit too personal? Which parent would give their child this name? He glanced down and saw the words Ning Changsheng written where the elders signed. After a little thought, Lu Chuan took out his mobile phone and searched for Ning Changsheng. But nothing came up. It seems that I thought too much. Ning Xin and this Ning Tutu should not be the same person. Putting the marriage certificate away, Lu Chuan sent a message to Ning Xin, asking her out for dinner tomorrow. Ning Xin readily agreed. The next day, in a Western restaurant, Lu Chuan looked at Ning Xin, who was sitting opposite him, with her rabbit on her chest about to pop out, and said, "Why do I feel that you are wearing more and more sexy clothes when you meet me?" Ning Xin raised her head. "Because I have the capital. Isn't capital for showing off? Besides, don't you like to see it? You, a big pervert, probably want me to wear something sexier." Lu Chuan smiled helplessly and told her about Qi Zhen'an's request. Ning Xin waved her hand. "These are all trivial matters. I'll just say hello later." Lu Chuan put the 3J bottles on the table again and talked about wanting to attract investment. "You are a noble lady. It should be easy for you to invest in my small clinic." Ning Xin had seen the effects of the medicines made by Lu Chuan, so she naturally would not doubt the efficacy of these 3 kinds of pills. She rolled her eyes and said, "If you want me to invest in you, I can, but I want to add another medicine." Lu Chuan asked, "What medicine?" Ning Xin blushed and said, "Clearing cream." Lu Chuan was puzzled. Clearing cream is indeed effective, but the audience is too small. By then, the sales will definitely not be as good as these 3 medicines. "Why do you have to add it?" Ning Xin glared at him and said, "Just add it. If I ask you to, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Lu Chuan shrugged. "Okay, then add the clearing cream." The two immediately reached a cooperation, found a lawyer, and signed a contract. Lu Chuan was responsible for refining the pills, and Ning Xin was responsible for finding a professional team to package, promote, and sell. When he returned that day, Lu Chuan refined a large number of Yuan pills, Yankee pills, and Beiji pills. By the way, he used the leftover scraps of these 3 pills to refine some clearing creams. Ning Xin acted quickly. She first sent some pills to some dignitaries in Yunsheng, and based on their reactions, after taking the pills, she created public opinion and spread the word, and then officially promoted it when the time was right. In just 3 days, the reputation of these 3 elixirs and Xuanhu Medical Clinic spread throughout the streets and alleys. Because the effects of the elixirs were so amazing, they were truly miraculous elixirs in people's minds. The prices of the 3 elixirs were also hyped up, and the final price was 500,000 per pill. Even so, there was still no market for them, and many people couldn't buy them, even if they increased the price. Ning Xin told Lu Chuan that the market for these 3 medicines was very large, and even if the price was 500,000 per pill, there was an endless stream of buyers, urging Lu Chuan to speed up the refining. Lu Chuan worked overtime, and was so busy that he was exhausted. He was almost exhausted. However, when he saw the rising balance in the medical clinic's account, he felt that it was worth it. "Zhao Yun, this is a big gift from me to your Zhao family. You must keep it well." A week later, Jerry Pharmaceuticals. Zhao Yun looked at the market share change data sent by his secretary. His eyes read, and he was furious. It's only been a week, and Jerry Pharmaceuticals' market share has been impacted like this? Are our new health products so bad? Where on earth did those 3 crappy miracle pills come from? The secretary was frightened and said tremblingly, "Young master, we have already investigated clearly. Pian Dan, Yankee Dan, and Beiji Dan are all produced by Xuanhu Medical Clinic." Zhao Yun was stunned, then clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. "It's that bastard Lu Chuan again. How come he can be seen everywhere? The secretary reminded, "Young master, the master is already furious about these 3 pills. If we can't find a way to take back the company's market share, I'm afraid." Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I get it. These 3 medicines have indeed caused a certain impact on our company, but don't forget, our Xiao family is the leader of Yancheng pharmaceutical industry. Can we be afraid of a small medical clinic? I will find a way to take back the market." The secretary nodded, not daring to say anything more. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, his back teeth almost breaking. "Lu Chuan, since you want to go against me so much, let's see who can beat him." In front of a high-end restaurant in Yancheng, Qi Zhenlan got out of the car. The assistant came over with a gift box of health products. "Boss, these are the new health products launched by Jerry Pharmaceuticals that you asked me to buy. They are all the most expensive types." Qi Zhenlan nodded. "Let's go. The customers inside are very important, and we must not neglect them." The two entered the restaurant and came to the door of a private room. There were already 3 men and 1 woman sitting inside. All of them were full of nobleness, and it was obvious that they were wealthy. Qi Zhenlan smiled, put the health products in the assistant's hand in front of everyone, and said, "Everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. This is the health product I specially prepared for you. It is newly launched by Jerry Pharmaceuticals. It is said to be very good for the body. You can take it back to replenish your body." Several people looked at the health products that Qi Zhenlan presented, and they were all a little disgusted. Qi Zhenlan was puzzled. Jerry Pharmaceuticals is the #1 healthcare product company in Yancheng. Their products have always been well recognized by everyone. When he bought them as gifts before, everyone liked them very much. Why did they have this expression today? A slightly fat middle-aged man smiled and said, "Boss Qi, why are you still buying healthcare products from Jerry Pharmaceuticals? Haven't you heard about the 3 new magic pills that have just been launched?" Qi Zhenlan sat down and said, "I've been busy recently and haven't paid much attention to the outside world. What are the magic pills you are talking about?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Recently, 3 amazing and crazy pills have appeared on the market. One can make people strong and healthy, one can make people energetic, and the other can make people immune to all poisons. The effect is surprisingly good. Everyone is rushing to buy them. Now no one buys Jerry Pharmaceuticals healthcare products at all." Qi Zhenlan's eyes widened. So amazing. At the same time, he felt as if he had heard of these 3 medicines somewhere. "That's right. A friend of mine bought a key nourishing pill. He used to be drowsy and confused all day long and suffered from severe mental fatigue. After taking the pill, he felt like he was given an injection of chicken blood. He was full of energy, as if he was reborn. I'm now asking someone to buy these 3 pills for me. Unfortunately, these 3 pills are too popular. I have raised the price to 1 million, but I can't buy even one," the middle-aged man said with emotion. The only woman present said, "That's right. The child of a relative of mine broke up with someone he was dating. He was desperate, so when the adults weren't paying attention, he drank paraquat, a poison with no antidote. Fortunately, my relative was lucky and bought a beige pill. The child was fine the same day after taking it. The doctors think this pill is a magic pill." Another middle-aged man smiled and said, "In my opinion, the most powerful of the 3 pills is Yuan pill. I was lucky enough to buy one. Originally, my body was overdrawn and weak everywhere. I saw many doctors but none of them could help. As a result, the day I took Yuan pill, it was like I had a new body. I was so energetic. That night, my wife and I had sex 4 times. My wife couldn't get out of bed for 2 days. I was so happy." The woman glanced at him and scolded him with a smile. "Bah, you are so shameless. You tell such things to others." The man laughed. "I just want you to feel the power of Yuan pill first." And the woman looked at him with a smile. "This is not intuitive. Unless you experience it yourself, I think you are just bragging." The man showed a sly smile on his face and handed a room card to the woman from under the table. Qi Zhenlan was stunned. He didn't expect that the 3 pills they were talking about would be so powerful. Peking Yuan pill, Beiji pill, Yankee pill. Qi Zhenlan muttered to himself. Then his eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Aren't these the 3 elixirs that Lu Chuan wanted me to invest in?" One person continued, I feel that Jerry Pharmaceuticals' position in Yuncheng Pharmaceuticals may change because of these 3 elixirs. This is definitely an excellent investment opportunity. The middle-aged man who was a little fat said, who can't think of what you said. I even went to the Xuanhu medical clinic that launched these 3 medicines to ask if they needed investment, but I was rejected. They said that they might recruit agents in the future. I feel that, even if I can get an agent, I can make a lot of money. That's right. When they recruit agents, I must grab a spot. I'm afraid that I can't even be an agent by then. The woman looked at Qi Zhenlan with a smile. Boss Qi, why are you silent? Are you worried that the owner of this Xuanhu medical clinic will make too much money and take away your title of the richest man? The man next to her said with a smile. You are wrong. Boss Qi must be regretting that the people of Xuanhu Medical Clinic did not ask him to invest in such a good opportunity. After all, this is a real business opportunity. Boss Qi must be regretting that he has not paid attention to the outside world during this period. Otherwise, with his means, no matter what method he uses, he will become an investor in Xuanhu Medical Clinic. The woman nodded. Yes, such a good business opportunity. If there is really a chance to invest, I'm afraid only a fool would refuse it. Several people nodded in agreement. Only Qi Zhenlan showed an awkward smile on his face, feeling very uncomfortable. Chapter 77 Liu Kinking. This morning, Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. He breathed in and out his spiritual energy in a rhythmic convergence. After a long time, he opened his eyes and ended his practice. Although he had been busy with the medical clinic during this period, he had not neglected his practice. Now he has reached the peak of the 6th level of key training, and he is only one step away from a breakthrough. It seems that I have to prepare to refine the wrangling pill again, but the loan grass used as an auxiliary is no longer in the warehouse, so it seems that I have to go out and buy some. The sales of the 3 pills have been a huge success during this period. The balance in Lu Chuan's account has reached nearly 30 million, and it is still growing steadily. He no longer has to worry about not having money to buy medicinal materials. In addition, the 3 pills have had a great impact on the market share of Jerry Pharmaceuticals. Lu Chuan's plan for Jerry Pharmaceuticals has also been initially completed. He can put this matter aside for the time being and devote himself to practice. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan said hello to Mu Nanking and rushed to the medicinal materials market. In front of the gate of the medicinal materials market, as soon as Lu Chuan got off the car, he saw a woman wearing a sexy burgundy suspender skirt, high heels, a charming figure, and a charming makeup getting off a Maybach. The woman had a strong aura and an amazing figure. The suspender skirt could not cover much, so Lu Chuan could not help but take a few more glances. Who would have thought that the woman glared at Lu Chuan and cursed, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Stinky loser, I'll dig your eyes out if you look again." Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking, you are wearing such revealing clothes, and you still blame me for looking? With such a bad temper, what's the use of being beautiful? He didn't care, and turned to walk into the medicinal materials market. The woman, accompanied by her secretary, also walked into the medicinal materials market. Are you sure that the bitch has purchased the most of these medicinal materials recently? The woman asked as she walked, holding a piece of paper. The secretary said, yes, Mr. Liu, I have sent people to follow their purchasing agent for a long time, and there is no mistake. The woman snorted coldly, I really don't know how this little bitch can be so lucky to get the magical recipe for the rejuvenating pill. I have to buy all the herbs she needs, and grab some bargaining chips. Only in this way can I let that bitch introduce the person who gave her the recipe to me. Lu Chuan came to a store and asked, boss, do you still have loyan grass? Give me 10 plants. The boss took out 10 plants of loyan grass and put them in a bag for Lu Chuan. At this time, the sexy woman came over and ordered, boss, pack up all the loyan ko, Han King Hua, and Adena Fora in your store for me, I want them all. Seeing the big customer coming, the boss quickly said, okay, I'll prepare it for you right away. The woman crossed her arms and waited. After seeing Lu Chuan was also here, she said with contempt on her face, you stinky loser, you followed me? Lu Chuan was speechless. Please be respectful, why do I have to follow you? TSK, a loser like you can't help drooling when you see a beauty like me. If you weren't following me, why are you here? The woman said aggressively. Lu Chuan looked angry. I came here to buy medicinal herbs, and I was obviously here first. Why don't you say that you were following me? The woman said contemptuously. Why don't you take a piss and look at your own character? Are you worthy of me following you? Okay, I don't want to waste my breath with a loser like you. Just get out of here and don't get in my way here. Lu Chuan's face sank. Even if I'm a loser, I'm better than a slut like you. The woman was furious. Who are you calling slutty? Lu Chuan stared at her. I'm talking about you. The woman took a step forward angrily, and it seemed that she wanted to take action. But when she saw Lu Chuan's eyes, she immediately backed down. She snorted coldly. You are such a low-class person. I have something else to do, and I don't want to bother with you. Get out of here, and don't let me see you again. Her eyes fell on Lu Chuan, and she found the packaged loin grass there. She grabbed it and said, this is mine. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. Are you sick? That's mine. The woman looked at the boss and asked, did he pay for it? The boss said, no. The woman glared at Lu Chuan. You didn't pay for it, so why do you say it's yours? I just told the boss that I want all the loin grass, so these are mine too. Lu Chuan clenched his fists and wanted to get angry. The woman immediately put her face close to him. What, you still want to hit me? If you have the guts, try it. If you touch me, I will put you in jail for the rest of your life. Lu Chuan shook his hands. I won't argue with an unreasonable woman like you. The woman sneered. I don't think you have the ability. Trash. Lu Chuan stopped arguing with her and turned to another store to buy loin grass. But what he didn't expect was that all the loin grass in the entire medicinal material market was sold out. I should have checked the almanac before going out today. Lu Chuan sighed. Loin grass is one of the main medicinal materials for the Zuan pill. Mingyao should have stored a lot of it. Let's go and borrow some from her. Thinking of this, he took a taxi to Chumingyao's company, who are Angaimio building, VIP area on the first floor. Lu Chuan and Chumingyao sat opposite each other. Chumingyao was wearing a uniform, looking like a cool CEO. Holding a cup of coffee, she would secretly glance at Lu Chuan from time to time. Lu Chuan asked with a smile, how is your company's listing plan going? Chumingyao said, once the Zuan pill was launched, it became a hit product, and our listing application was approved. She hesitated for a moment, but still said sincerely, thank you. Lu Chuan smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? This is all earned by your hard work. Chumingyao was slightly stunned, and her face turned red after she reacted. She stared at Lu Chuan and cursed, asshole. Lu Chuan made a face. Okay, no more jokes. I came to you to borrow 10 stalks of loin grass from you. They are all sold out in the medicinal material market. Chumingyao nodded, called the secretary, and asked him to send 10 stalks of loin grass over. At this time, the sound of high heels rang out. A sexy and enchanting figure walked towards the VIP area accompanied by several people. Chumingyao, you are so awesome recently. When the rejuvenating pill came out, we at Furan Cosmetics were almost suffocated by you. Chumingyao turned her head and frowned. Why is this bitch here? Lu Chuan also looked over, his face full of surprise. The woman who was walking towards him was none other than the one who snatched his loin grass in the medicinal materials market. He asked Chumingyao, who is this person? Chumingyao said, Liu Qingqing, the president of Furan Cosmetics, my mortal enemy. Lu Chuan suddenly realized and said, this woman is not a little bit worse than you. Chumingyao looked at Lu Chuan with a strange look on her face and said nothing. Liu Qingqing came in front of the two. When she saw Lu Chuan was also here, her face was full of surprise. Why are you, a loser, here too? Lu Chuan retorted, you, a slut, can come here, so why can't I come? Liu Qingqing clenched her fists in anger. Chumingyao was puzzled and asked, do you know each other? Lu Chuan said, she was the one who stole my loin grass, so I had to ask you for it. Liu Qingqing looked at Lu Chuan and Chumingyao and sneered, Chumingyao, you are good enough. You dare to mess around behind Long Hao's back. But even if you want to experience the excitement before marriage, you shouldn't look for such a loser, right? When did your vision become so bad? Chu Mingyao's face was gloomy. Liu King, you'd better be careful with your words. You are not afraid of me, but aren't you afraid of the Long family? TSK. Liu King curled her lips and didn't continue the topic. She said with a proud look on her face, if I'm not mistaken, the main ingredients of your rejuvenation pill are Loyan KO, King Hanhua, and Adenophora, right? Let me tell you, I have purchased all of these 3 herbs available on the market. Soon your company's rejuvenation pill will be out of stock. By then, you'll have no choice but to come to me for help. I'm not forcing you to give me anything. My request is very simple. You introduce me to the person who gave you the recipe for the rejuvenation pill, and I will sell these herbs to you. How about it? Chu Mingyao looked strange and turned her head to glance at Lu Chuan. Liu King said, I asked you to introduce me to the person who gave you the recipe for the pill. What are you doing with this stinky loser? Chu Mingyao suppressed her laughter and said, the recipe for the rejuvenating pill was given to me by him. Liu King was stunned, then her mouth opened wide, and she scratched her head with both hands. A little bit unbelievable, he developed the rejuvenating pill? Lu Chuan sneered, yes, isn't it a bit beyond your expectation that a stinky loser like me can come up with the recipe for the rejuvenating pill? Liu King came back to her senses and showed an awkward smile. How could it be, handsome guy? We had a misunderstanding before. Don't take it to heart. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. You change your face very quickly. Am I not a stinky loser? Liu King smiled apologetically. No, the first time I saw you, I thought you were handsome and elegant, and I was too pretentious before. I just wanted to act cool to get your attention. Chu Mingyao on the side rolled her eyes. Actor. Liu King came close to Lu Chuan, and her attitude changed 180 degrees from that in the medicinal materials market, becoming extremely gentle. Handsome, you can give Chu Mingyao the recipe of the rejuvenating pill. Why don't you give me one too? Or other recipes with similar effects to the rejuvenating pill will do. I'm willing to pay you double the amount that Chu Mingyao gave you. Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan and was actually a little nervous. Lu Chuan refused directly. Don't even think about it. Even if I destroy the recipe of the rejuvenating pill, I will never give it to a slutty person like you. Liu King's expression froze. She was not angry and still maintained her smile. She walked in front of Lu Chuan and walked around him. You are right. I'm indeed a slutty person. Then she leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and blew a breath of hot air gently, especially in bed. Lu Chuan's body shuddered. Liu King took Lu Chuan's arm and rubbed him with her legs. If you are willing to give me the recipe of the rejuvenating pill, I will accompany you for a few days. I know a lot of tricks. What do you think? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 78 Joining Forces. Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva. Even though his mind had become as hard as a rock after practicing, he couldn't control himself at this moment. This woman understood men too well. Chu Mingyao, who was standing by, saw this and her face changed drastically. She hurried over and pushed Liu King away. How can you be so shameless? Liu King frowned and looked at Chu Mingyao. Are you sick? I'm talking to him. What does it have to do with you? Chu Mingyao said angrily. The recipe of the rejuvenating pill belongs to Ahua Rangayumi. Don't you feel ashamed to use such despicable means to snatch it? Liu King sneered. As long as you can get the recipe, what does it matter if the means are despicable? What's more, this is a matter of mutual consent. You are so anxious, as if I stole your man. What is your relationship with him? Chu Mingyao was a little flustered for a moment. I'm just doing it for our company. Liu King turned her head to look at Lu Chuan, threw him a coquettish look, and asked, do you accept the conditions I just mentioned? Lu Chuan took a deep breath, smiled and said, sorry, I don't look down on sluts like you. Chu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Liu King's expression froze, and the smile on her face disappeared instantly, turning into hysteria. You are shameless, aren't you? Lu Chuan laughed. You think too highly of yourself. How much is the face you give me worth to me? Liu King gritted her teeth and was furious. Just wait, you will regret it sooner or later. She looked at Chumingayao again. I have cut off the supply of medicinal materials for the Zuan pill. Aren't you anxious? Chumingayao looked calm. You said you bought all the 3 medicinal materials? I'm sorry, we have already reserved a year's supply in advance. You bought so much and have nowhere to use it. It's a pity if it goes bad. Liu King almost exploded. She used 1/3 of the company's working capital to buy these medicinal materials. But Chumingayao didn't need them at all. Now this batch of medicinal materials is in her hands. If you go to the medicinal material market to return these medicines as soon as possible, maybe you can reduce some losses. Lu Chuan said with a smile. Liu King clenched her fists and looked at Lu Chuan and Chumingayao with murderous eyes. I will settle accounts with you later. Then she turned around and left quickly to return the herbs. Seeing Liu King being angry and leaving, Lu Chuan was in a good mood. He turned his head and looked at Chumingayao and asked, she seduced me just now. Why are you so anxious? Could it be you like me? Chumingayao rolled her eyes. Don't be narcissistic. Lu Chuan asked, then why are you so anxious? Chumingayao said, because I know you are a pervert and have no moral integrity. The probability of being seduced is very high. I'm afraid that you will really give him the recipe, so I'm so anxious. Lu Chuan was embarrassed. Don't think so badly of me, okay? Chumingayao glanced at him quietly and rubbed the sweat on her palms on her clothes. Then the two fell into silence and the atmosphere became a little subtle. In order to avoid embarrassment, Chumingayao changed the subject. Well, Long Hao may be coming back soon. Before he went to the trial, his goal was to come back after a breakthrough. I heard that day that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. What is his current strength? Chumingayao looked at Lu Chuan for a while and seemed to be afraid of hitting Lu Chuan, so she didn't say it at the first time. But in the end, she spoke calmly. Before going to the trial, he was already an 8th grade master. Lu Chuan's eyes condensed. He had previously guessed Long Hao's strength and knew that as the son of Long Xianaya, he must be extraordinary. But he didn't expect Long Hao's strength to be so strong. Before going to the trial, he was already an 8th grade master, so after returning, he must be at least 9th grade. After Lu Chuan broke through to the 7th level of key training, he could only compete with a 6th grade master at most, which was the level of Ko Xiang at the time. And behind Long Hao is the even more powerful Long Xianaya. Pressure coming. Chumingayao felt the change in Lu Chuan's eyes and said, I know your talent is not worse than Long Hao, but you need time to surpass him. Before that, saving your life is more important than anything else. So you should give up the idea of going against him and keep your distance from me. Lu Chuan laughed. Do you have so little confidence in me? Chumingayao wanted to explain. Lu Chuan interrupted her. I won't give up. The stronger he is, the more excited I am. No matter how strong he is, he will end up being trampled under my feet. Chumingayao didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only sigh in a low voice. The secretary brought 10 stalks of loyan grass. Lu Chuan stood up and took it, showing a smile to Chumingayao. Wait and see me stand on the top of Yancheng. This day is not far away. Then he turned and left. Chumingayao was stunned for a long time, clenched her fists, and seemed to have made a decision. In front of the medicinal materials market, Liu King was furious. Lu Chuan, right? You wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me and be my slave. At this time, a figure passed by. After hearing Liu King's words, he stopped and asked curiously, do you also have a grudge against Lu Chuan? Liu King turned her head and looked at the man's appearance clearly and was surprised. Are you Xiao Yun, the eldest son of Xiao? Xiao Yun smiled. It's me. If I remember correctly, you are the president of Fearing Beauty, right? Liu King nodded. Master Xiao, what do you mean by what you said just now? Are you and Lu Chuan enemies? Xiao Yun's eyes turned cold in an instant, and he said angrily, I wish I could dig up his ancestral grave. Liu King's eyes lit up. Master Xiao, I also have this idea. How did Lu Chuan provoke you? Xiao Yun told the grudge between himself and Lu Chuan. Liu King also talked about the matter of the anti-aging pill. The two met too late and greeted Lu Chuan's ancestors together. Zhao Yun said, Miss Liu, since we all want to deal with Lu Chuan, why don't we join forces? Liu King asked, do you have a way to deal with him? Zhao Yun showed a sly smile. Of course. Liu King quickly asked, what method? Tell me quickly. Zhao Yun took a look at Liu King's figure, his eyes full of greed, and said with a smile, I have booked a presidential suite in a nearby hotel. Why don't we go there and have a simple and easy to understand discussion? Liu King immediately understood what Zhao Yun meant. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she directly took his arm. Let's go. It just so happens that I also want to vent. Lu Chuan took Liu Yun Ko back to the clinic. He found Munan King and said, sister-in-law, I have to refine a few important pills, which will take a long time. Don't call me for dinner during this period. I won't go home at night. Munan King nodded. Zhao Chun, you must take care of your health, and don't work too hard. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm in good health. Munan King blurted out, I haven't been allowed to try it, so who knows if it's good or not. After that, she quickly covered her mouth. How could I say what was in my heart? Lu Chuan stared at Munan King in amazement. Sister-in-law, you. Munan King blushed to the root of her neck and turned around quickly. I'm joking, don't take it seriously. Then she ran away quickly. It took Lu Chuan a while to come back to his senses, and he said to himself, when did sister-in-law become so humorous? Without thinking anymore, he entered the alchemy room and began to refine the wrangling pill. The next morning, Lu Chuan walked out of the alchemy room with a tired face. I've been busy all night and have refined 3 wrangling pills. I hope it's enough for me to break through. He walked to the lobby and saw that the clinic was already open. Zhao Siming and others were treating patients in an orderly manner. Seeing Lu Chuan coming, Munan King quickly brought a bowl of steaming noodles. Zhao Chuan, you didn't rest all night, did you? You must be hungry. Eat this bowl of noodles quickly. Lu Chuan took it with a smile. I like to eat the noodles made by my sister-in-law the most. It's great to have my sister-in-law around. Munan King smiled gently. Eat quickly. I'll make you more if it's not enough. Lu Chuan sat in the corner of the lobby with the noodles and ate them in big mouthfuls. After filling his stomach, Lu Chuan was just about to recover and then try to break through. At this time, several people carried a dark-skinned muscular man in. A beautiful woman followed behind, shouting, hurry up and treat my cousin. If anything goes wrong with my cousin today, I won't forgive you. The patients in the lobby quickly avoided her, frightened by this arrogant woman. Lu Chuan turned his head and found that this beautiful woman was none other than Liu King, and his brows immediately frowned. Zhao Siming walked over and said, Miss, don't worry, we will try our best to save your cousin. Liu King cursed. What do you mean by try your best? You mean my cousin may not be able to be saved, right? You can't even cure a person, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves doctors? Zhao Siming's expression darkened. Miss, we haven't even seen your cousin's condition. You don't have to yell like that. Liu King glared at Zhao Siming. My cousin is sick. I'm anxious. I love to yell. Don't you have a self-proclaimed miracle doctor named Lu Chuan here? Call him out to treat my cousin. I don't trust others' treatment. Lu Chuan walked over, looked at Liu King with a cold expression, and asked, are you here to make trouble? Liu King shouted, how can you talk like that? My cousin is almost dying, but you say I'm making trouble. Could it be that, because I have a grudge against you, you won't treat my cousin? Is this what you call the heart of healing the world in your clinic? Everyone come and see. This guy doesn't care about my cousin's life or death, just because he doesn't like me. These guys say that curing diseases and saving lives is their mission, but they don't help people in private. What kind of doctors are they? Lu Chuan was speechless and said quickly, okay, stop it. I'll treat your cousin. Liu King urged. Then hurry up. You must cure my cousin. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you. Lu Chuan ignored her, walked to the strong man, squatted down, and asked, what's wrong with you? Chapter 79, Death. The strong man said weakly, my whole body hurts. Lu Chuan observed the strong man's body, stretched out his hand to feel his pulse, and found that this man was a martial artist, and at least reached the level of a first-class master. Your pulse is a bit strange and chaotic. Have you eaten anything recently? The strong man shook his head. No, after getting up today, my whole body aches and I can't use my strength. I don't know what's going on. Liu King cursed on the side. Don't they all say that you are very good at acupuncture? Hurry up and use acupuncture to treat my cousin. Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at her. Why are you so anxious? Do you have any other purpose? Liu King looked guilty. Don't talk nonsense here. I'm just worried about my cousin's condition. Then be quiet and don't affect my medical treatment. Lu Chuan scolded. Liu King opened her mouth but didn't say anything after all. Lu Chuan carefully examined the strong man's condition and could only feel that his pulse was chaotic and his breath was weak, but he couldn't find out what disease he had. He looked at Zhao Siming with an inquiring look. Zhao Siming also shook his head secretly, without any clue. We can only try acupuncture first. Lu Chuan took out the acupuncture bag and pulled out the silver needle, intending to see the strong man's reaction first. He inserted a needle and asked, "Do you feel anything?" The strong man shook his head. Lu Chuan inserted another needle. "What about now?" The strong man was about to speak when a strange sound suddenly came out of his throat. He gasped, his eyes widened, his body straightened, and he couldn't stop shaking. Lu Chuan frowned and quickly touched the strong man's neck and found that his vitality was rapidly draining away. Before he could take any action, the strong man kicked his legs and stopped moving. Lu Chuan confirmed the strong man's condition again and found that he had no pulse and his face changed. Seeing this, Liu King rushed over. "Cousin, what's wrong with you? Cousin, say something." She reached out to feel the strong man's breath and found that he was no longer breathing. It killed someone. The Xuanu clinic killed someone. Liu King angrily grabbed Lu Chuan. "You killed my cousin, you murderer." Everyone around was horrified when they saw this. It actually killed someone. This is too scary. Aren't the doctors in the Xuanu clinic said to be miracle doctors? How could this happen? That must be exaggerated. I thought this Xuanu clinic was really as good as the rumors said. I came all the way to see a doctor, but I didn't expect to encounter someone who was killed as soon as I arrived. Who would dare to see a doctor here? Zhao Siming, Munan King and others all looked solemn, not knowing why. At this time, a group of reporters carrying cameras and microphones ran in. The leader was Zhao Yun. "I didn't expect that your Xuanu clinic was just a name for nothing, and it actually killed a patient. Your black-hearted clinic must be exposed. It just so happens that I and these reporter friends passed by here, so today we will promote justice." A group of reporters immediately got busy. Lu Chuan frowned. He didn't know what was going on at first, but when he saw Zhao Yun showing up with the reporters, he suddenly understood. It seemed that he had fallen into Zhao Yun and Liu King's trap. Zhao Yun looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer. "Lu Chuan, if you don't have the ability, don't treat people randomly. Now, you've killed someone. Your medical skills are so bad, then the medicine you sell might be poison. Wait until today's incident is on the news and see who dares to buy your medicine." Lu Chuan's face was cold. "You can't compete with me, so you can only use such despicable means?" Zhao Yun sneered. "Don't be so funny, okay? Who is competing with you? You are the one who killed someone. Don't drag me into it." Liu King echoed. "You quack doctor, if you don't have the ability, don't treat people. You are murdering. Killing someone means paying with your life. You must give an explanation to my cousin." Lu Chuan turned his head and glanced at the strong man who had died. Suddenly he thought of something, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "Who said I killed someone?" Liu King pointed at the strong man lying on the ground. "The person is dead, and you say you didn't kill anyone. Do you think we are all fools?" The people around nodded, thinking that Lu Chuan was too irresponsible to say this. Zhao Yun snorted coldly. "Don't be so stubborn. You killed someone right under everyone's noses, and there are so many cameras here. You ran away." Lu Chuan said lightly. "My treatment is not over yet. He is not dead." Everyone was stunned. Zhao Yun and Liu King looked at each other, and panic flashed in their eyes. Zhao Yun said, "Who are you fooling? This man is not even breathing, if not dead. What is it? That's right. Don't try to deny it. My cousin was killed by you at a young age. You have to pay for your life. Liu King shouted. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, I will give you a lively cousin. After that, he looked at Mu Nanking, sister-in-law, go to the kitchen and get a knife. Mu Nanking looked puzzled. What are you going to do with the knife? Lu Chuan said, to treat this cousin, just go and get it. Mu Nanking had to nod. Okay, I'll get it right away. Soon, Mu Nanking brought a fruit knife and handed it to Lu Chuan. Everyone was puzzled. Xiao Yun frowned. I've never seen anyone using a knife to treat someone. What are you going to do? Lu Chuan walked up to the burly man with a smile and squatted down. Just watch. Then he raised the fruit knife and was about to stab the burly man's thigh. Liu King's face changed drastically and she rushed over to stop him. What are you doing? My cousin is dead and you still want to stab him with a knife. You are so vicious. Lu Chuan said, I'm treating him. This is the latest bloodletting therapy, which is guaranteed to work. Get out of the way quickly. Don't you want your cousin to live? Liu King stretched out her hand to block Lu Chuan. You are talking nonsense. Not only did you kill my cousin, you even didn't let his corpse go, you devil. She turned her head and looked at everyone. Everyone help me. I just had some grudges with this guy. He wanted me to go to bed with him, and I didn't agree, so he cruelly killed my cousin. Now he wants to chop my cousin's body with a knife. Please catch this bastard. Everyone was excited. This guy's too abominable. He killed my cousin just because he didn't agree to have sex with me? Damn it, this so-called miracle doctor turned out to be a beast in human form. I'm so angry. Everyone, come together and kill this bastard on the spot. Seeing that everyone was instigated by Liu King, Lu Chuan didn't dare to hesitate. He pushed Liu King away and stabbed the strong man's thigh with the fruit knife in his hand. The strong man woke up instantly and screamed, my leg, my leg. Those who originally wanted to rush up and kill Lu Chuan on the spot were stunned when they saw this. Actually alive. Isn't this alive? This guy's not dead at all. Could this guy just pretend to be dead? Liu King saw the strong man wake up. Her face turned very ugly, walked to Xiao Yun, and said unhappily, didn't you say that no one would be able to tell with the Gixi pill plus the breath holding technique? Why did Lu Chuan see through it at a glance? Xiao Yun was also annoyed. You ask me, who should I ask? Liu King was speechless. Your crappy plan is really disappointing. I shouldn't have joined forces with you if I had known. She turned around, squeezed out an awkward smile, and said, cousin, it turns out you are not dead. I was really worried to death just now. Since you are okay, let's go back quickly and report safety to our family. After that, she turned around and left. Wait. Lu Chuan shouted. Liu King stopped. What are you doing? It's your luck that my cousin is fine. Just be content. Lu Chuan sneered. Do you really think everyone is a fool? If there is no reasonable explanation for what happened today, none of you can leave. He looked at the sturdy man. If I'm not mistaken, you took the turtle breath pill, so your pulse became chaotic? Why are you pretending to be dead? He pointed at Liu King and Xiao Yun again. Did they instruct you? Xiao Yun quickly gave the sturdy man a look. The sturdy man was tangled, and after thinking for a while with his head down, he injured the pain in his leg, and suddenly stood up, and wanted to escape. Seeing this, Lu Chuan grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him back. The sturdy man attacked Lu Chuan. Unfortunately, the first grade master was no threat in front of Lu Chuan. However, in just 3 moves, the sturdy man was subdued by Lu Chuan, and fell to the ground. Liu King yelled, how can you be so shameless? Not only did you stab him with a knife, but you even hit him. Everyone, help my cousin. Everyone present stared at Liu King with suspicion, and no one took action. Lu Chuan took out a few silver needles, and stabbed them into the strong man's body. The strong man lost his ability to move instantly. What I just stabbed into your body is the 7-star soul-breaking needle. If you don't take it out within half an hour, you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices, and I'm the only one who knows how to take the needle out. I advise you to tell the truth, otherwise even the King of Heaven can't save you. The strong man panicked immediately. He could feel the silver needles in his body moving slowly and stabbing towards his internal organs. Lu Chuan was not lying. Hearing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense here. If he dares to kill you, he can't escape either. You have nothing to explain." Lu Chuan glanced at Xiao Yun and said with a smile, "You make sense." Then he took out a silver needle from the strong man's body. "Okay, after my treatment, you have come back to life, but from now on you can only be paralyzed in bed and endure the pain of gnawing bones and heart every day, but this is much luckier than losing your life." Liu King was furious. "You are blatantly harming people. How can you be so vicious?" Lu Chuan shrugged. "I was treating him. He was dead at that time. Didn't you see it? I brought him back to life. Why do you still say I'm vicious? Could it be you knew he was not sick at the beginning and he was pretending to be dead at that time?" Liu King was speechless. The strong man was in pain at the moment, with cold sweat on his forehead. After hearing Lu Chuan's words, he was filled with despair. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll tell you everything. Please spare me." Chapter 80. Liu King. The reporter's present immediately asked the cameraman to focus the camera on the sturdy man. The sturdy man said everything. "It was young Master Xiao Yun and Liu King of Fear and Beauty who instructed me to come to Xuanhu Medical Clinic to pretend to be dead and slander Lu Chuan for killing people, so as to ruin the reputation of Xuanhu Medical Clinic. In this way, the pills launched by Xuanhu Medical Clinic will not be sold, and their own products can better seize the market." Everyone was shocked. They actually pretended to be dead and almost misunderstood Dr. Lu. They are so hateful. They are so unscrupulous for commercial competition. It's understandable that the Xiao family targeted Xuanhu Medical Clinic, but why did Fear and Beauty get involved? Don't you know? I heard that the recently popular anti-aging pills were also made by Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Many people suddenly realized how shameless. They don't have the ability to develop good products, but they only know how to persecute their peers. It's really ugly. Reporters must expose their ugly faces and clear the name of the clinic. Xiao Yun ran to the cameras and shouted angrily, "What are you still filming? Cut them off quickly. All the content filmed today is not allowed to be on the news." A reporter said with embarrassment, "Master Xiao, we are live broadcasting, but you specifically requested it before." Xiao Yun's expression froze, and he was dumbfounded. Although the reporters present had received money, they certainly didn't dare to speak for Xiao Yun, because it was a live broadcast. Reporting truthfully could also avoid being scolded. Liu King glared at Xiao Yun angrily. "I must have been crazy to cooperate with a fool like you. Don't contact me anymore." She turned her head and looked at Lu Chuan fiercely. "And you, wait for me. I must avenge this." After that, she hurriedly left the clinic. Xiao Yun looked at Lu Chuan in exasperation. "Lu Chuan, you bastard. We'll settle our accounts later, and I won't let you go." Then he hurried away. Lu Chuan took out the remaining silver needles from the strong man and let him go, after he made him deeply repent in front of everyone. After the reporters finished their reports, they all left the clinic. The lobby was calm again. Munan King came to Lu Chuan and said with a complicated look, "These people are really too evil. They would use this method to deal with us." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "This time they reaped what they sowed, which is a good thing for us." After this incident, the reputation of Jerry Pharmaceuticals and Fear and Beauty has been ruined, and our Xuanhu Medical Clinic will be more trustworthy. It's not bad for them to make a fuss like this. Munan King smiled and nodded. In the final analysis, it's because Xiao Chuan is so powerful. That afternoon, in order to target Xuanhu Medical Clinic, Jerry Pharmaceuticals and Fear and Beauty did not hesitate to find someone to fake their death and slander Lu Chuan for killing people. The news was on the headlines. The nature of this incident is much worse than the last time. Jerry Pharmaceuticals and Fear and Beauty became the target of everyone's criticism. The sales of the products launched by the two companies dropped to the lowest level in history overnight. Many companies that cooperated with them were worried about the impact on their reputation and terminated their cooperation. Jerry Pharmaceuticals' leading position in Yuncheng Pharmaceuticals disappeared overnight, and the company fell into a debt crisis due to the large-scale termination of contracts by its partners. Not to mention Fear and Beauty, which completely lost the qualification to compete with Huarangaimuo. The originally planned listing plan also became a bubble. The company's employees smelled the crisis and resigned on a large scale. The entire company was on the verge of collapse. Jerry Pharmaceuticals. Chairman's office. Xiao threw the water cup in his hand to the ground, tore up all the documents on the desk, and smashed the computer monitor to pieces. Xiao was full of fear and lowered his head and dared not speak. Xiao, you are really my good son. I entrusted such an important matter of the company to you, and this is how you repay me. Now the medicine can't be sold, and all the partners are scared away. We might as well just declare bankruptcy. Xiao quickly said, Dad, actually, we still have a chance to turn things around this time. Xiao calmed down and said, you and Liu King lost so badly when they joined forces. What chance do we have? Xiao chuckled. Dad, actually, Liu King and I joined forces because we considered that this matter might fail. Xiao was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao said, Dad, Liu King's fearing beauty is quite famous in Yancheng, but she has an even more famous brother. Are you talking about Liu King? Xiao asked. Xiao nodded. That's right. The loss suffered by Fearing Cosmetics this time is no less than ours. With Liu King's vengeful character, she will never let it go. The only person she can ask for help is her brother, who is one of the top 10 masters in Yancheng. I have sent people to inquire. Now Liu King has reached the level of a 7th grade master, much stronger than Ko Xiang. If Liu King asks Liu King to deal with Lu Chuan, then we still have a chance. Xiao pondered for a moment. How do you know that Liu King will definitely take action? Xiao smiled and said, I heard that the relationship between them is far beyond that of normal siblings. Liu King seems to have a sister-loving habit. Once he knows that his sister is bullied like this, he will never stand idly by, and there is a 90% chance that Lu Chuan will die at the hands of Liu King. Xiao nodded thoughtfully and asked, what is Lu Chuan's strength? Xiao said, last time he defeated Chen Long, his strength should be at the 4th level. Even if he has amazing talent, he can't make another breakthrough in such a short time. Liu King killed him like killing a chicken. Xiao took a deep breath. I hope it's true as you said. As long as Lu Chuan dies, our Jerry Pharmaceuticals still has a chance. A high-end tea house. In a quiet room, Liu King was sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating with his eyes closed. At this time, Liu King came over with a face full of grievances, crying and saying, brother, I was bullied by others. Liu King's eyes suddenly opened. A fierce breath exploded. A calligraphy hanging on the wall was torn into pieces. Who dares to bully my sister? Liu King leaned into Liu King's arms like a little bird. That man is Lu Chuan. It's all because of him. My company is now in a slump and is on the verge of bankruptcy. Liu King breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't touch your body. Liu King cried, brother, if he didn't touch my body, wouldn't you help me vent my anger? Liu King smiled and touched Liu King's head. King, brother loves you so much, how could I not help you? Don't worry, this Lu Chuan is provoking you and provoking me. I will make him regret coming to this world. Liu King immediately kissed Liu King. Brother, you are so good, my sister will always be yours. Suburbs. Qinglong Mountain, the only 5-level scenic spot in Yancheng, is visited by tourists every day. Lu Chuan bought a ticket and rushed to the mountain. This place is full of spiritual energy and is a good place for cultivation. Lu Chuan came here to use the spiritual energy here to make a breakthrough. He came to the middle of the mountain and found a secluded place. After making sure that the spiritual energy around was strong enough, he activated the spiritual gathering effect of the purple cloud pearl, stuffed 3 wrangling pills into his mouth, sat down cross-legged, and began to break through. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into Lu Chuan's body frantically. Until the afternoon, Lu Chuan's aura converged, and then suddenly burst out. He opened his eyes, jumped up, and punched the mountain behind him. Boom. A terrifying pit appeared on the mountain. Lu Chuan collected his strength and exhaled. 7th level of key training. Now, if I meet Ko Xiang again, I can kill him within 10 moves. After this period of understanding of martial arts, Lu Chuan found that every time he broke through a level, he could steadily crush the martial arts master by 2 grades. When he was at the 6th level of key training, He could defeat Shenlong, a 4th grade master. At the 7th level of key training, all masters below the 6th grade would not be his opponents. This is the advantage of practitioners. Of course, if he met a 7th grade master, Lu Chuan would still have no choice but to run away. Unless the thunder power of the purple cloud pearl is used. After Long Hao breaks through, he will be a 9th grade. I have to reach the 9th level of key training to win him. He may break through at any time. I must seize every opportunity to continue to improve my strength. After this breakthrough, Lu Chuan found that the effect of wrangling pill on the improvement of realm was negligible. This also means that 50-year-old medicinal materials are no longer enough. It seems that I have to think of a way to find some 100-year-old medicines. 100 years is a hurdle. Although 50-year-old medicinal materials are rare, they can still be bought as long as you spend money. But 100-year-old medicinal materials are really rare treasures. The prices of the two will also be very different. In many cases, 100-year-old medicinal materials can only be bought at auctions. In that kind of occasion, it is not uncommon to sell them at any price. Lu Chuan stretched. I have lived in Yuncheng for so many years, and this is the first time I'm willing to spend money to come to Qinglang Mountain. The ticket cannot be bought in vain, so let's go around. He played around Qinglang Mountain alone. When going down the mountain, a few young people appeared in front of Lu Chuan. There were 3 men and 2 women. The men were young and sunny, and the women were cute and pretty. They all looked like college students. Lu Chuan, who was following behind them, had a face full of envy. When he was in college, he had been working part-time to earn money for his studies. How could he have time to go out and play? At this time, his eyes fell on one of the girls with a better figure, and he felt a little familiar. At this time, the girl turned her head and glanced at the other girl. Lu Chuan was stunned when he saw her profile. It's really Yi. Is she on vacation? Qin Yi, Qinlan's sister. When Lu Chuan and Qinlan were together, he had a good relationship with Qin Yi. This girl was one of the few people who never looked down on him. On the contrary, Qin Yi often praised Lu Chuan for his perseverance, persistence, and willingness to endure hardships. In the future, her sister would be very happy if she married Lu Chuan. She even expressed that she was a little envious of her sister and hoped that she could find a boyfriend like Lu Chuan in the future. Although Qinlan disappointed Lu Chuan very much, Qin Yi was still the gentle, considerate girl in Lu Chuan's heart. But now that he has broken up with Qinlan, it is inevitable that he will feel a little awkward when he sees Qin Yi again. I'd better stay away from her. Since I have broken up with Qinlan, I should cut off these relationships cleanly. Lu Chuan turned around and planned to find a place to rest for a while and then go down the mountain after Qin Yi and the others left. At this moment, a crisp shout rang in his ears. Brother-in-law. Chapter 81 Underground Arena. Lu Chuan, who had already turned around, froze. He slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Yi embarrassedly. Yi, long time no see. Qin Yi's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over and took Lu Chuan's arm. Brother-in-law, it's really you. She was happy and resentful. Why did you run away when you saw me? Lu Chuan sighed. I broke up with your sister. Hasn't she told you yet? Qin Yi nodded. She told me. Lu Chuan said. So? Qin Yi looked angry. So what? She is she, I'm me. If you break up with her, do you have to break off relations with me too? That's not what I meant. Qin Yi looked proud. Okay, don't think about the past anymore. I just came back and went out to play with my friends, and I met you, which shows that we are still very predestined. Lu Chuan smiled and admired Qin Yi's optimism. At this time, several of Qin Yi's friends came over. Yi, who is this? Could he be your boyfriend? A girl asked with a gossipy face. Qin Yi blushed and said, Yuhan, what are you talking about? This is my brother-in-law, Lu Chuan. Several people widened their eyes. Liu Yuhan's gossipy smile immediately turned into contempt. So he is that Lu Chuan? A boy looked at Lu Chuan jokingly and asked, I heard that you are a delivery man. Your service is so good now, even delivering to scenic spots. Lu Chuan said, I haven't delivered food for a long time. The boy raised his eyebrows. Oh. Fired. Qin Yi frowned and looked at the boy. Fang Zuo, if you do this again, I will be angry. Fang Zhuo smiled and said, I just asked casually, I don't mean anything else. Qin Yi took Lu Chuan's arm. Brother-in-law, don't pay attention to him, he is a disgusting person. Lu Chuan smiled and indicated that it didn't matter. Brother-in-law, we are planning to watch an underground fight. It is said that many masters will be on stage tonight. It will be exciting. Come with us. Qin Yi asked expectantly. Before Lu Chuan could say anything, Fang Zhuo on the side said contemptuously, Yi, that place can be said to be the bloodiest place in the whole Yansheng. People die at any time. If you take him with you, he will be scared to pee his pants, and it will be a disgrace to us. Liu Yuan said, yeah, Yi, I don't want to be laughed at by others, so don't take him. Qin Yi said angrily, if you don't agree to take him, then I won't go. Lu Chuan said helplessly, Yi, you go, don't worry about me. Qin Yi looked stubborn, no, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I want to stay with you for a while. If you don't go, I won't go either. Seeing Qin Yi's insistence, Fang Zhuo had to say, okay, take him with you. He probably hasn't come into contact with real martial arts masters, so take him to see the world. Qin Yi's expression eased then, and she dragged Lu Chuan down the mountain. Brother-in-law, let's go together. Lu Chuan had no choice but to follow her down the mountain. He hesitated for a moment and said, Yi, you'd better stop calling me brother-in-law. Qin Yi said, I've gotten used to it, and can't change it. She suddenly smiled and said, brother-in-law, you broke up with my sister, so do I have a chance? Lu Chuan glared, Yi, what are you talking about? Qin Yi laughed and said, oh, I was just kidding you. Didn't I say I wanted to find a boyfriend like you? Since you're single, I can just find you. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, don't make a fuss. I'm 5 or 6 years older than you. Qin Yi snorted, I don't mind. Liu Yuan and others followed behind. Fang Zhuo looked at the closeness between Qin Yi and Lu Chuan, full of jealousy, and even clenched his fists. Liu Yuan came over and said with a sly smile, you have been chasing Yi for so long, and Yi has always been indifferent to you, but she is so enthusiastic about Lu Chuan. Look how much they look like a couple, aren't you jealous? Fang Zhuo snorted coldly, this guy's Yi's brother-in-law, there is nothing to be jealous of. Liu Yuan said, Yi said that they have broken up, and now Lu Chuan is single. Look at Yi like this, it seems that, as long as Lu Chuan takes the initiative, the two of them can get together, and then you will have nothing to do. Fang Zhuo narrowed his eyes, humph, he is just a stinky delivery man, what qualifications does he have to snatch Yi from me? If he dares to have such an idea, I will definitely make him regret it. The group came to the underground garage of an abandoned shopping mall. There was a lot of noise inside. From a distance, you can hear fierce shouting. Soon, Lu Chuan saw a ring appeared not far away, and two people were fighting on it. The ring was crowded with people, more lively than the bar. The specifications of this underground ring are almost the highest in Yansheng. Those who can go on stage are all real internal strength masters. Do you know what internal strength masters are? They can easily kill people with their fists and feet. Fang Zhuo said with some pride. Qin Yi and Liu Yuan were shocked when they saw the fight on the ring. Wow, this fight is too intense, so exciting. Qin Yi said. Lu Chuan glanced at the two people on the ring and found that they were just two martial artists with second stage internal strength and felt a little bored. Fang Zhuo approached Lu Chuan and said with a smile, how about it, are you enlightened? Look at their moves, they are much more fierce than those on TV. This is a show that real men should watch. Lu Chuan nodded slightly, with no expression on his face. Fang Zhuo was speechless, thinking that this guy must have been scared silly and couldn't even speak. Several people came to the ring. Qin Yi and Liu Yuan, the two girls, seemed extremely excited. They cheered before they figured out who was fighting on the stage. At this time, Fang Zhuo came over and said with a smile, you can bet on the ring match here. Do you want to make a bet? Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. Okay. Who do you think will win? Fang Zhuo said confidently, the one on the left, nicknamed Flying Squirrel, is a new player, and the one on the right is called Bull, an old player in the ring match. He is strong, and loses less and wins more. This time, I will bet on Bull. I plan to bet 10,000 on him to win. Liu Yuan said, then I will bet on him too. Help me bet 3,000. The other two boys followed and bet on bull. Fang Zuo looked at Qin Yi. Yi, do you want to bet? Qin Yi was a little eager to try, but also a little worried. She wanted to bet, but was afraid of losing money, so she seemed very hesitant. Fang Zuo smiled and said, as long as you bet with me, I guarantee you will win. Qin Yi was convinced and nodded and said, then I will also bet on bull, and I will also bet 3,000. As she said, she was about to give Fang Zuo money to let him bet. At this time, Lu Chuan said, although the barbarian bull has good strength, his movements are too slow, while the flying squirrel is flexible and his explosiveness is not inferior to that of the barbarian bull. The barbarian bull will lose this match, so you should stop suppressing him. Chapter 82 Slander. Hearing this, Fang Zuo's face darkened. If you don't understand, can you stop talking nonsense here? I've been to this underground arena many times, and I'm very clear about the strength of the players here. How could I not know whether Manio can win? You're a delivery man, so don't make blind judgments here. It's a joke. Liu Yuan echoed. That's right, this is a martial arts showdown. They are all real martial arts masters. How can you, who knows nothing, know who will win or lose? Lu Chuan was helpless. If you don't believe it, forget it. Fang Zuo sneered. If you believe it, you're really stupid. Qin Yi thought for a while and said, then help me bet on Fishu to win. I believe my brother-in-law. Fang Zuo frowned. Yi, don't listen to his nonsense here. Fishu can't win. You're just throwing money away. Qin Yi smiled and said, oh, it doesn't matter. If the winner is determined at the beginning of this showdown, it would be too boring. Fang Zuo had no choice but to say, okay, I'll bet on flying squirrel for you. When you lose money later, you'll know how ridiculous this guy is. Then he turned around to place his bet. When he came back, flying squirrel was punched out by Manio and landed on the edge of the ring. The whole audience cheered. Fang Zuo looked at Lu Chuan proudly. See, you still think flying squirrel can win? Even if you want to find a sense of existence, you can say something reliable, okay? Liu Yuan sneered. Yi, you'd better stay away from him. This kind of guy can't win, and he will make you lose money. Qin Yi blinked her big eyes and said with some regret, it's okay. If there are winners, there must be losers. It's normal. She looked at Lu Chuan and said with a smile, brother-in-law, don't take it to heart. I used to watch football games and often guessed wrong. Lu Chuan smiled and said, flying squirrel will definitely win, and you won't lose money. Qin Yi was surprised, not knowing why Lu Chuan was so sure. Fang Zuo and Liu Yuan were both full of sarcasm, thinking that Lu Chuan must be crazy to say such a thing. The competition on the ring continued. As the battle entered a white-hot stage, the advantage of Manio in strength gradually disappeared, and he began to have a hard time coping with the advantage. Flying squirrel was very fast, and faced with the slow-reacting Manio, he seemed to be at ease. Not long after, Flying Squirrel seized the opportunity and kicked Manio in the waist with a side kick. Manio failed to block it, and his body flew backwards and fell off the ring. At the end of the game, the host announced that Flying Squirrel won. Qin Yi jumped up excitedly. Flying Squirrel actually won. Fang Zuo and Liu Yuan were full of disbelief. This is impossible. How could Manio lose? He should definitely win. Liu Yuan looked at Fang Zuo with resentment. It's all your fault. You made me lose 3,000. That's the money I used to buy clothes. I don't care. You have to compensate me. Fang Zuo's face looked grim. You lost 3,000, and I lost 10,000. Who should I ask for compensation? Qin Yi said. Hey, stop arguing. I bet on Flying Squirrel to win, so I should be able to win more than 10,000. Let's split it together. Liu Yuan's eyes lit up. Really? Yi, you're so nice. Fang Zuo scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at Qin Yi and said, I thought Flying Squirrel would definitely not win, and I was afraid that you would lose money, so I bet on Manio for you. The smile on Qin Yi's face froze instantly, and the joy of winning money disappeared. Liu Yuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. How can you be like this? Whose money is it now? Fang Zuo said with a guilty look on his face. There will be a few more competitions later. I will buy some more and win it back then. Kinyai said angrily. Your judgment is so inaccurate. You may continue to lose later. Wouldn't it be better if you listened to my brother-in-law earlier? Fang Zhuo felt very aggrieved. He turned his head and looked at Lu Chuan. He found that he was looking at him with gloating, and he was even more angry. He stared at Lu Chuan and said, "What are you laughing at? You are just a blind cat that meets a dead mouse and got it right. Do you really think that this is your correct judgment?" Kinyai said unconvinced. "What my brother-in-law said is reasonable. If it is not the case, then why do you think Flying Squirrel can win?" Fang Zhuo was silent for a long time, but he couldn't explain it. He shouted angrily, "That's because there is a shady deal in this competition." As soon as he said this, the cheering people around him quieted down. Fang Zhuo's face changed, and he realized that he had said the wrong thing. The reason why this underground ring can be so prosperous is because the boss puts an end to all shady competitions, and the fact proves that there has never been any shady business here. Fang Zhuo's words here are tantamount to seeking death. Soon, a group of burly men came over with a thin man with a scar on his face. This man was the boss here, Scar-kun, who just said that we have shady dealings here. Scar-kun's fierce eyes, coupled with the hideous scar on his face, made people shudder. Fang Zhuo immediately trembled with fear, his legs became weak, and cold sweat ran down his face. He didn't dare to look Scar-kun in the eye, his head spun rapidly, thinking about how to escape this disaster. His peripheral vision fell on Lu Chuan, and an idea immediately popped up in his mind, and then he quickly pointed his finger at Lu Chuan and said, "It's him. He was the one who said there was a shady deal just now." Lu Chuan's face sank. He was just thinking that, if these people wanted to make trouble, he could take action to settle it for Kinyai's sake. But he didn't expect that Fang Zhuo would slander him. Kinyai said angrily, "It was you who said it. Why did you say it was my brother-in-law who said it?" Fang Zhuo said stubbornly, "That's what he said. I heard it with my own ears." He turned his head to look at Scar-kun and said with a flattering face, "Brother Kun, this guy lost money in gambling, so he said that there is something shady here. Don't let him off easily." He winked at Liu Yuhan. Liu Yuhan reacted and quickly said, "No, that's right. He was the one who said there is something shady here. I can testify." Kinyai frowned. "Yuhan, you." Liu Yuhan whispered, "Yai, this way we won't be affected. You should stay away from him." Kinyai was so angry that she couldn't speak, and she was annoyed that she would be friends with such a person. Scar-kun glanced at Lu Chuan and sneered, "If I'm not mistaken, you guys should be in the same group. I don't care who said that. If you slander us, you must pay the price. I'll give you two choices. Either you send someone to fight with my ace master. As long as you can win, today's matter will be over." Then his eyes fell on Kinyai and Liu Yuhan. "Or, one of you two will sleep with me and my brothers for one night, and I won't pursue this matter. If you don't agree to either of these two choices, then none of you will leave today." Fang Zhuo cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that he couldn't escape, even if he put the blame on Lu Chuan. He took a deep breath and said, "The ace master here is nicknamed Taishan. It is said that he has reached the level of martial arts master. That is a real master. We can't beat him. So we can only." Several people's eyes fell on Kinyai and Liu Yuhan. Liu Yuhan panicked. "Why are you looking at me? I definitely won't agree to it. I didn't do anything wrong." She turned to look at Kinyai and said, "Yai, go and sleep with Brother Kun for one night so that we can all be safe, and it's not a bad thing to sleep with Brother Kun." Kinyai retorted, "Why should I go? If it's not a bad thing, why don't you go?" In order to protect herself, Liu Yuhan didn't care about her best friend and said hysterically, "It's because you insisted on bringing Lu Chuan, the jinx, here. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have gotten into this kind of thing. You have a responsibility, so of course you have to do it." Fang Zhuo knew Baikun's methods. If he didn't do as he said, everyone would be in danger tonight. Although he liked Kinyai, he could only reluctantly give up at this time. "That's right, Yai. It's because you insisted on bringing Lu Chuan here that this happened. If he didn't come, we would have just had fun tonight. You have to be responsible for us. You just have to make a sacrifice. It's no big deal. Maybe you will like this kind of thing." Kinyai was about to cry out of grievance. "You bastards." Fang Zuo and Liu Yuhan didn't dare to look at her and looked away guiltily. Bacon smiled and said, "So you decided to let her sleep with me?" Fang Zuo was about to speak immediately. At this time, Lu Chuan stood up and said, "Let's choose the first one." Fang Zuo's face changed. "Are you crazy? That's a master. Who do you want to die?" Lu Chuan said lightly, "I'll go to fight." Liu Yuhan cursed, "Even if you want to die, but you lose, we will still be unlucky. Can you not be so selfish? I still want to go home." Lu Chuan ignored Liu Yuhan and said to Bacon, "Let your ace master come." Bacon smiled jokingly, "Interesting." Then he clapped his hands and asked his men to call for help. Fang Zuo and Liu Yuhan jumped up and down in a hurry and cursed Lu Chuan's ancestors. Qin Yi looked at Lu Chuan in a daze. "Brother-in-law, you." Lu Chuan blinked at her. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Soon, the ace master Taishan arrived at the scene, jumped up, and went to the ring. "You go up too. Let me remind you first, this is a life and death arena. If you are beaten to death, it's just your bad luck," Bacon said. Lu Chuan nodded and jumped onto the arena. Fang Zuo gritted his teeth. "Going up is also to die. I really don't know what this idiot is thinking." Qin Yi scolded. "Shut up. You are so shameless. I want to break up with you." Fang Zuo and Liu Yuhan were in the wrong. Both shrank their necks and said nothing. "You should think about what to do first. If Lu Chuan is beaten to death, you will have to let him sleep with you. By then, you will be played to pieces, and I don't want to be friends with you." Liu Yuhan muttered softly. On the arena, Lu Chuan glanced at Taishan, felt that the other party was only a first grade master, and laughed. "I thought this so-called ace master was so powerful, but it seems that I thought too much." Taishan stared at Lu Chuan and said, "Boy, I'm in a hurry to go back and play with women, so I won't waste time with you. I will kill you as soon as possible, so be prepared." Lu Chuan smiled slightly. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Taishan's eyes focused, and his aura burst out, and he rushed towards Lu Chuan quickly. Everyone exclaimed, "So fast. Is this the master? This pressure is too terrible. Lu Chuan will definitely die today." Liu Yuhan said. "He asked for it. Let him be blind and snatch women from me." Fang Zuo became inexplicably excited. Taishan came to Lu Chuan in the blink of an eye and punched him. "Die." Lu Chuan raised his hand lightly, looking unhurried, but in fact, he was very fast, and slapped Taishan in the face. Bang! Taishan's body flew out sideways like a cannonball, and fell heavily under the ring. He looked at Lu Chuan on the ring in disbelief, then spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and stopped moving. Chapter 83, One meal cost the down payment on a house. The whole place was in dead silence. After a long time, someone whispered, "Taishan was slapped to death." Everyone reacted, and the expressions on their faces changed from astonishment to disbelief. Fang Zuo stared and shouted, "How is this possible? Taishan is a master, and he was slapped away." Liu Yuhan frowned. "Didn't this Lu Chuan use to deliver food? How can he be so powerful?" Qin Yi's big eyes were motionless. "Brother-in-law is so powerful." Bacon was dumbfounded, and the momentum he had before was gone. "He slapped my most powerful ace to death." Who is he?" At this time, someone recognized Lu Chuan and exclaimed, "I remember, isn't he the one who killed the 4th grade master Chen Long some time ago?" Bacon sweated profusely. The 4th grade master died in his hands. He swallowed his saliva and regretted provoking these people. Lu Chuan jumped down from the ring, came to Bacon, and asked, "Can we go now?" Bacon smiled apologetically, nodded and said, "Yes, of course, big brother. I didn't recognize you at that time, and there was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Chuan ignored him and turned to Qin Yi. Qin Yi was excited and ran over to grab Lu Chuan's hand. "Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. You are a master." Liu Yuhan came over quickly and said, "Yes, brother-in-law, I was stunned by the slap just now. Thanks to you today, otherwise we couldn't leave." Fang Zuo also smiled politely. "That's right, I didn't expect brother-in-law to be so amazing. We all benefited from brother-in-law today." Lu Chuan glanced at the two of them and said coldly, "I didn't say I would take you with me." Fang Zuo and Liu Yuhan's expressions froze. Liu Yuhan smiled awkwardly. "Brother-in-law, please stop joking with us. We came here together. So how can we not leave together? Lu Chuan curled his lips, looked at Bacon, and said, they are the ones who said that there is something shady here. I will only take my little sister away today. The others have nothing to do with us. You can do whatever you want with them. After that, he looked at Kinyai and said, let's go. Kinyai nodded seriously. Liu Yuan was panicked and begged, Yai, take me with you. Aren't we best friends? You can't leave me here. Kinyai looked determined. I don't have friends like you. Then he took Lu Chuan's arm and walked out without looking back. Liu Yuan, Fang Zuo and others immediately wanted to follow him. Bacon gave his men a look. Several big men immediately stopped them. Fang Zuo begged for mercy, saying, Brother Kun, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us once. Scar Kun sneered, forgive you once. Do you think I will forgive anyone who slanders us for having a shady business? Don't dream. He ordered his men, drag the men to the back, and use them as punching bags for the contestants. As for the women, all the brothers who come to work today will have a share. Everyone cheered immediately. Liu Yuan protected his chest, his face full of despair. No. Outside the abandoned mall. Kinyai was excited. Brother-in-law, you were so handsome just now. Thanks to you, I know that Liu Yuan and Fang Zuo are actually that kind of people. I will never make friends with such people again. Lu Chuan smiled and said, are you hungry? I'll take you to dinner. Kinyai readily agreed. I want to have a big meal. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up. Okay, then I'll spend money today. As the sales of several kinds of elixirs became more and more popular, the balance in his account has exceeded 50 million, which is more than enough to treat a big meal. The two came to the most prosperous area of Yancheng. Lu Chuan saw a very high-end Western restaurant and said, why don't we go for steak? Kinyai nodded. Okay. The two walked to the door of the Western restaurant. All the luxury cars parked here are worth millions. The high-end feeling that comes to the face makes many ordinary people dare not approach here at all. The waiter who greeted the door was wearing a suit, holding his head high, and he was very proud to be able to work in such a high-end restaurant. Lu Chuan walked over and said, hello, please arrange a seat for two for us. The waiter was about to greet him warmly, but after seeing Lu Chuan's clothes, he said lightly, sir, this is a high-end consumption place. You might as well go somewhere else. The snack street over there is economical and affordable. You can take your girlfriend there for a look. Lu Chuan frowned. Why, do you think we can't afford the food here? The waiter smiled and said, don't get me wrong, sir, I'm thinking about you. The cheapest beef here is 300 yuan per gram. Yes, 1 gram. You should go eat something else. Kinyai was shocked and quickly pulled Lu Chuan. Brother-in-law, this is too expensive. Let's eat something else. Lu Chuan said, I said I would treat you to a big meal, and I will never break my promise. Even if it is beef that costs 30,000 yuan per gram, I will treat you today. He turned his head and looked at the waiter. Arranged 2 seats for us. I don't care about the price. The waiter got a little impatient, rolled his eyes and said, sir, it's okay if you insist on dining here, but before you go in, we need to verify your capital first. We have a requirement here, and we don't accept guests with a net worth of less than 5 million. Previously, someone insisted that he could afford to eat, but after entering, he ate and drank to his heart's content, and in the end he couldn't pay the bill, causing the restaurant to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars in vain. So we added this step of capital verification. 5 million should scare you away. The waiter thought secretly, but he heard Lu Chuan say, no problem. Take me to the capital verification. The waiter was stunned. Did this guy really not understand, or was he pretending? He had no way to refuse, so he had to say, then please follow me. Lu Chuan followed him in. Kinyai was a little nervous. Brother-in-law, 5 million, you have so much money, how can my sister break up with you? Or we should go, otherwise it will be too embarrassing later. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'm no longer the person I used to be, don't worry, I will definitely let you have a big meal today. The three of them came to the front desk. The waiter said impatiently, check the capital of this guest. He winked at the front desk to express his dissatisfaction. The front desk understood and smiled, but still politely said to Lu Chuan, sir, give me your bank card. Lu Chuan handed over the bank card. The front desk began to check the capital. The waiter looked bored, thinking about how Lu Chuan would argue if the balance in the card was not enough for 5 million. They often encountered such people who had no money, but still had to pretend to be rich, and they were no longer surprised. Soon, the front desk found out Lu Chuan's assets. Seeing the string of numbers, he covered his mouth in shock. The server was puzzled. What's wrong? How much is the asset? The receptionist stammered. 5,000. The waiter frowned and turned to look at Lu Chuan. Sir, you only had 5,000 yuan, and you have the nerve to come to verify your capital. Isn't this asking for trouble? 10,000. The receptionist shouted the last word. The waiter was stunned, and then his expression turned to horror, and he quickly turned his head and asked, really? The receptionist nodded seriously. The waiter's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. He forced a smile, looked at Lu Chuan awkwardly, and said, Sir, yes, I'm sorry, with your strength, you are fully qualified to dine in our restaurant. I will arrange the best seat for you. Lu Chuan smiled, and didn't intend to embarrass the waiter. He said, thank you very much. Kinyai opened her mouth wide, and asked in disbelief, she just said 5,000, 10,000? Did I hear it right? Lu Chuan smiled and scratched her nose. Of course it's true. Let's go. I'll take you to taste the most expensive steak here. Kinyai was dragged in with a confused face. After a hearty meal, Kinyai walked out of the restaurant as if she had lost her soul. She stopped, turned around and asked Lu Chuan, brother-in-law, can you tell me again, how much did our meal just now cost? Lu Chuan smiled and said, 330,000. Kinyai quickly reached out and pinched Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan cried out in pain. Why are you pinching me? Kinyai said, this is not a dream. Brother-in-law, I just ate the down payment of a house in one meal. Lu Chuan smiled and said, if you want to eat again in the future, come to me. I promise to let you eat enough. Kinyai swallowed her saliva, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Lu Chuan sent Kinyai back to the community. Okay, go back quickly, I'm leaving too. Lu Chuan said goodbye to Kinyai, turned around and walked to the roadside to take a taxi. Kinyai stared at Lu Chuan's back in a daze, muttering, brother-in-law is so outstanding, why did my sister break up with him? Kinlan did not tell her the reason for the breakup, but only said that Lu Chuan was not worthy of her, so they broke up. He slapped the martial arts master away with a slap, ate 330,000 yuan in a meal, and his assets reached 50 million. How could he not be worthy of my sister? No, I have to persuade my sister when I go back. A man as outstanding as my brother-in-law is hard to come by, and they must get back together. Thinking of this, Kinyai turned around and ran towards home. The next morning, Lu Chuan strolled in the lobby of the clinic. At this time, Kinlan appeared in his sight with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was none other than Kinlan's mother, Zhao Shufan, a famous shrew in the area. In the past, when Lu Chuan and Kinlan were in love, they were often squeezed by Zhao Shufan. What are they doing here? Are they here to cause trouble? Lu Chuan frowned slightly, wondering how the mother and daughter would cause trouble for him. Zhao Shufan smiled brightly when she saw Lu Chuan. She quickly came over and grabbed Lu Chuan's hand, calling him affectionately, as if he were her own son, my good son-in-law. Chapter 84 Sorry, I reject. Lu Chuan was confused and quickly pulled his hand back. What do you want to do? Zhao Shufan laughed and scolded. Oh, how can you be so distant when you see your family? Lu Chuan, we are here today to apologize to you. Kinlan stepped forward with a little guilt and shyness and said, Lu Chuan, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I have deeply realized my mistakes. Let's make peace. Zhao Shufan on the side smiled and said, you two not only have to make peace, but also get married. I have brought the household registration book. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. After that, she grabbed Lu Chuan and wanted to go out. Lu Chuan frowned, pulled his hand back again, and asked, what are you guys playing at? Zhao Shufan said, haven't you wanted to marry our Kinlan for a long time? I'm fulfilling your wish now. You are not a child anymore. You should be happy to have such a good girl like our Kinlan marry you. Lu Chuan was confused. At this time, he saw Kinyai hiding at the door and looking inside. When Kinyai saw Lu Chuan looking at her, she quickly stuck out her tongue and made a face. Lu Chuan instantly understood what was going on. Qin Yi must have told Qinlan and Zhao Shufan about her assets after returning, otherwise they would not have been so enthusiastic about him. Qinlan said gently, Lu Chuan, haven't you wanted to touch me for a long time? Let's get the certificate today, and I will serve you in the evening. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, you can get the certificate with whoever you want. Don't come to harm me. Zhao Shufan's face sank. Lu Chuan, how can you talk like that? What do you mean by harming you? It's your honor that my daughter is willing to marry you. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go with us to get the certificate. Otherwise the Civil Affairs Bureau will be off work later. At this time, Munanking came over. What are you doing? Zhao Shufan glanced at Munanking and said, we are discussing the marriage certificate for Lu Chuan and my daughter. Munanking's face changed, and he blurted out, I don't agree. Zhao Shufan said disdainfully, what qualifications do you have as an outsider to disagree? As long as I approve, there will be no problem with this matter. Munanking said anxiously, I'm Lu Chuan's sister-in-law. I'm his elder. Naturally, I'm qualified to manage his marriage. Your daughter was fooling around with other men behind his back when she was dating Lu Chuan. I can't let Zhao Chuan be ruined by her hands. Zhao Shufan was immediately unhappy and pushed Munanking directly. How can you talk like that? What do you mean my daughter fooled around behind his back? Those were just accidents. Who doesn't make mistakes when they are young? But you, obviously you have nothing to do with each other, but you still insist on pestering Lu Chuan. I think you are up to something. You. Munanking was so angry that his chest heaved. Lu Chuan protected her behind him and said coldly, if you dare to touch my sister-in-law again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhao Shufan was furious. Lu Chuan, why can't you tell right from wrong? We are a family. Why are you helping an outsider like her? Lu Chuan speechless. Who is talking about your family? Get out of my clinic, or I will kick you out. Qinlan said with a cold face. Lu Chuan, I have come to beg you so humbly. What else do you want? Lu Chuan glanced at her. I have already told you clearly, I don't want a slut that others don't want, so don't waste your time. Qinlan clenched her fists, wishing she could kill Lu Chuan. Zhao Shufan looked gloomy and said, since you don't want to get back together with my daughter, forget it. You have wasted her best years, which was her youth, so you have to pay my daughter a breakup fee. We don't ask for much, just 30 million. Can you transfer the money now? I'll tell you the card number. Lu Chuan sneered. I wasted her youth. I worked hard for so many years, but in the end I got betrayal. Why don't you say you will compensate me with 30 million? Zhao Shufan said contemptuously, you are a man, don't you know that a woman's most precious years are only a few years? Lu Chuan held back his anger. I won't give you a penny. If you continue to make trouble, I will be really rude. Zhao Shufan scolded. How dare you? A coward, dare to scare me. Let me tell you, if we don't get the money today, we won't leave. Lu Chuan turned to Munanking and said, sister-in-law, go get the machete in the yard. Okay. Munanking turned around and ran to get the machete without hesitation. Lu Chuan took it, stared at Zhao Shufan and said, this is a clinic. It is my duty to treat people. If you don't leave, it may be that there is something wrong with your legs and feet. The situation is very serious. I will help you cut off your legs first to prevent the whole body from being infected. After that, he swung the machete and chopped at Zhao Shufan. The aura of the 7th level of key training burst out, and Zhao Shufan and Qinlan were scared to death. Zhao Shufan quickly grabbed Qinlan and quickly fled outside the clinic. Lu Chuan chased to the door and shouted, if you come to cause trouble again, there will be such a stone. He raised his hand and swung the machete to chop at a stone on the ground. Bang! Because the force was too fierce, the stone was not cut into 2 bags, but instantly shattered into countless stones and shot in all directions. A stone brushed Zhao Shufan's face and cut a hole. Zhao Shufan screamed, rebellion. Really rebellion. A piece of trash dared to yell at me like this. He even wanted to chop me. Qinlan quickly took out paper to stop Zhao Shufan's bleeding. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, ignored the mother and daughter, and turned back to the clinic. Qin Yi walked out and said to herself, I seem to be in trouble. At this time, a figure in white clothes walked towards the Zuanu clinic. Many people around were attracted by his fierce aura. Someone exclaimed, "It's Liu King. Liu King, one of the top 10 masters in Yuncheng. It's really him. What is he doing here?" Liu King ignored everyone and came to the door of Zuanu Clinic. "Lu Chuan, get out of here." The voice was rolling, and it was about to break the eardrums of passers-by. Zhao Shufan, who was trying to stop the bleeding at the side, saw this and cursed. "Lu Chuan, this jinx, who has offended whom as an important figure again." A bystander nearby said, "That's Liu King, one of the top 10 masters in Yuncheng. A genuine 7th grade master." Zhao Shufan's eyes lit up. "Great. Someone will help us deal with that beast Lu Chuan. Girl, let's wait and see how Lu Chuan is dealt with before we leave." Qinlan nodded. She was very angry about what Lu Chuan had said just now. She now wished that Lu Chuan would be beaten to death by others. Lu Chuan, who had returned to the clinic and was about to sit down and drink some tea to cool down, heard the shouting and frowned. "Why are you here to cause trouble again?" He stood up and walked to the door of the clinic, looked at Liu King and asked, "Who are you? I don't seem to know you." Liu King said lightly, "Liu King is my sister. Not only did you bully her, but you also caused her company to be on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm here to avenge her." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered something. He was surprised and said, "You are Liu King?" Liu King nodded, "Yes." Lu Chuan's expression became solemn. He heard Chu Mingyao mention Liu King. Later, he specially checked and found out that this person was one of the top 10 masters in Yuncheng and a genuine 7th grade master. "What do you want?" Lu Chuan asked. Liu King raised his hand and threw a piece of paper, shooting it towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan reached out to catch it. The force on it was so terrifying that it almost cut his hand. The 7th grade master is well deserved. There were 2 big characters written on the paper with a brush. "Letter of challenge." Liu King said, "I heard that you are also a martial artist with good strength. In this case, let's use the rules of the martial arts world to solve this matter. I'm here to challenge you today. 3 days later, I will set up a ring in Kingxi Tea House and wait for you to fight to the death." Zhao Shufan, who was not far away, laughed. "Lu Chuan, this is your retribution. Weren't you very arrogant at that time? Now this great master wants to fight to the death with you. Just wait to die." Qinlan also showed a sneer on her face. "Even if you are doing well now, it doesn't matter. In the end, you will still die. For the sake of our past friendship, I will burn paper for you every year." Lu Chuan ignored the 2 of them, stared at the letter of challenge, and then tore it up and said, "Sorry, I don't accept it." Zhao Shufan and Qinlan were dumbfounded. Liu King was also stunned. Before he came, he never thought that Lu Chuan would refuse. Qinlan cursed, "Lu Chuan, you coward, the challenge has been issued to you, but you don't have the courage to accept it. You coward, I look down on you." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said to Liu King, "Your sister is to blame for her own mistakes. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to fight you to death. I hope you won't bother me in the future." After that, he turned around and went back to the clinic. Liu King is a 7th grade master who has been famous for many years. His strength is much higher than Ko Xiang. At present, Lu Chuan is not his opponent, so there is no need to accept the challenge foolishly. Munan King followed Lu Chuan back and asked worriedly, "Xiao Chuan, it is wise for you not to accept the challenge, but what if he makes trouble for you in private?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, he dare not. A master like him who has been famous for a long time will be easily recognized, even if he kills someone secretly in private. The supervisory department will not sit idly by. Unless he wants to fight me with his life, he has no choice but to challenge me." Munan King understood and breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the clinic, Liu King was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Zhao Shufan, who was not far away, complained, "I didn't expect that Lu Chuan, this idiot, has grown up his brain and knows how to avoid fighting. It's really a bargain for him." Qinlan rolled her eyes, smiled sinisterly, and said, "I have a way to force Lu Chuan to fight." Zhao Shufan asked curiously, "What method?" Qinlan smiled and said, "Don't ask this. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Go and take Yi away, so that she won't tip off Lu Chuan." Zhao Shufan laughed. Okay, as long as Lu Chuan can be dealt with, I agree with any method. After that, she walked over and dragged Qin Yi away. Liu King was getting stuck in a dead end. How can he refuse? What right does he have to refuse? If he refuses, how can I kill him? Qin Lan walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Liu, don't worry, I have a way to help you force Lu Chuan to accept the challenge. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 85. Sister-in-law was arrested. Liu King glanced at Qin Lan and asked, what's the solution? Qin Lan turned her head and looked around, then dragged Liu King to a deserted place. Lu Chuan has a sister-in-law named Nanking, the coquettish woman who was standing next to him just now. Lu Chuan attaches great importance to her. If you catch her and force Lu Chuan to fight, Lu Chuan will definitely agree. Liu King raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Lan. Why should I believe you? Qin Lan said, I'm Lu Chuan's ex-girlfriend. This bastard took away everything from me. I should have had a share of his current glory, but he turned his face and refused to recognize me. I wish I could peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. Do you think I'm worthy of trust? Liu King seemed to be thinking about it, then nodded. Okay, in that case, I'll listen to you and go and catch his sister-in-law. Qin Lan quickly said, Mr. Liu, this matter can't be rushed. If you catch his sister-in-law now, he will have enough time to think about countermeasures. It is better to wait until the day of the competition to take action and catch him off guard. Liu King thought about it and said to Qin Lan, you are very thoughtful. Thank you for your advice. Qin Lan was a little proud. She smiled and threw a few seductive glances at Liu King. Mr. Liu, what are you talking about? It's my honor to help you deal with Lu Chuan. I wonder if Mr. Liu is free tonight. How about have a meal together? As she said that, she deliberately rubbed Liu King's arm with her chest and then tried to hold it. Seeing this, Liu King dodged directly. Sorry, I don't want my sister to misunderstand, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Lan froze in place and stomped her feet in annoyance for a long time before leaving in a rage. 3 days later, Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Nanking walked up to Lu Chuan with a newspaper in hand, looking puzzled. Zhao Chuan, look, that guy named Liu King has set up a ring in front of Kingxi Tea House. Didn't you reject him? Why did he set up this ring? Lu Chuan glanced at the newspaper and said, who cares? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Nanking nodded, put down the newspaper, and asked Lu Chuan with a smile. Zhao Chuan, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go out to buy groceries. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, as long as it's made by my sister-in-law, I like it. Nanking rolled her eyes at him with a doting look on her face. You're so talkative. I'm going to buy groceries. Can you help me check the bill for a while? Lu Chuan agreed. Nanking took his coat and went out. About an hour later, Lu Chuan received a call from Nanking. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? A cold and rough voice came from the other side. You have 2 choices now. The first is to accept my challenge and come to the door of Kingxi Tea House at 3 PM to fight me to the death. The second is that I will find a group of people to have fun with your beautiful sister-in-law and then take some videos and upload them to the internet for everyone to enjoy. Which one do you choose? Lu Chuan's face turned cold in an instant and his blood surged. He almost crushed his phone. Liu King, you despicable thing. What did you do to my sister-in-law? Don't worry, I just invited her to my place for a cup of tea. Whether she will get into trouble depends on whether you accept my challenge. After Liu King finished speaking, he showed Lu Chuan Nanking's voice. Zhao Chuan, don't listen to him, I'm fine. You are the one who accepted his challenge. Liu King asked, what? Are you still determined to refuse my challenge? Lu Chuan gnashed his teeth and finally agreed. Okay, I accept your challenge, but listen to me. If my sister-in-law loses even a hair, I will make you never reincarnate. Liu King laughed. Don't worry, Liu King always keep my promises. I will wait for you on the ring. The phone was hung up. Lu Chuan was furious and touched the purple cloud beads on his wrist. Liu King, you asked for this. After calming down a little, Lu Chuan realized that using the purple cloud beads to kill Liu King was not the best choice. After all, it would bring him greater hidden dangers. With my current strength, although it is difficult to defeat the 7th rank, it does not mean that I can't fight. There are more than 3 hours before the duel. It seems that I can only try that method. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan immediately entered the quiet room of the medical clinic, isolating all external disturbances. It was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chuan came out of the quiet room, and after explaining a few words to Zhao Siming, he quickly rushed to King's tea house. In front of King's tea house, Liu King sat cross-legged on the ring, closing his eyes to rest. The surroundings were already crowded with people. After Lu Chuan accepted the challenge, Liu King released the news, and many people came to watch the excitement after hearing it. After a while, Liu King suddenly opened his eyes and looked not far away. Lu Chuan walked over quickly. Liu King raised the corner of his mouth, stood up, and said to Lu Chuan, "It seems that you are not a coward." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, "Where is my sister-in-law? I have agreed to fight with you. You let my sister-in-law go first." Liu King clapped his hands. Several people came out with Munan King. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurried over and took Munan King into his arms and asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, are you okay? They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Munan King shook her head. "I'm fine, but you agreed to fight with Liu King, which is too risky." Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "If I don't even have this courage, what qualifications do I have to call you sister-in-law?" At this time, Qinlan and Liu King came out together. Qinlan looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said, "Lu Chuan, you certainly can't imagine that the idea of capturing Munan King was from me, right?" Lu Chuan's face sank. "Are you looking for death?" Qinlan laughed. "You'd better take care of your own life first. You may not be able to get off the ring alive later. Seeing you being beaten to death with my own eyes can also relieve my hatred." Liu King on the side joked, "Lu Chuan, this is the consequence of me giving you the opportunity and you failing to take it. I have specifically told my brother that he will not hold back. Today is the day you die." Lu Chuan glanced at the two of them and snorted, "It's not a good thing to be happy too early." He turned and looked at Munan King. "Sister-in-law, you wait here for a while. After getting rid of Liu King, I will take you back." Munan King nodded seriously. At this moment, she had no choice but to believe Lu Chuan. "Be careful." Lu Chuan didn't say anything else, turned around and jumped onto the ring. Liu King sneered, "Look at how capable this guy is. Does he really think he can beat my brother?" Qinlan smiled and said, "Miss Liu, he is just like that, self-righteous and arrogant, but after Mr. Liu takes action, he will no longer have the chance to say such big words." Liu King said proudly, "That's right, my brother can kill him with one hand." Chapter 86, Sacrifice. On the ring, Liu King stared at Lu Chuan with a sneer. "Boy, under the ring, I can't do anything to you, because I'm worried about the people from the supervision department, but on the ring, your life will be in my hands." Lu Chuan looked at him indifferently. "You use such a despicable method to force me to the ring, and you have made the top 10 masters lose face." Liu King didn't care. "You bullied my sister. As long as I can kill you, what does it matter if I lose face? You'd better think about your last words quickly." As soon as the voice fell, Liu King's body had already shot towards Lu Chuan. The momentum of the 7th grade master burst out, forcing the people around the ring to retreat. Lu Chuan did not dare to neglect it at all, and used all his spiritual power to fight with Liu King. He knew that he was weaker than Liu King in terms of strength, so he used the Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm right at the beginning. Liu King originally thought that Lu Chuan could not last more than 3 moves in his hands, but after feeling the majestic power in Lu Chuan's moves, his brows furrowed. What kind of moves are these? Why are they so different from the martial arts I've learned? Lu Chuan didn't want to waste time talking to him. Every move was aimed at Liu King's vital points. At the beginning, Lu Chuan could barely fight with Liu King. After all, he was a cultivator. Even if the 7th grade master was powerful, he could make up for it with his spiritual power. But as time went on, Lu Chuan began to be unable to resist. The advantages of the 7th grade master began to emerge. Liu King was unstoppable and his moves became more and more fierce. Lu Chuan was beaten back step by step and almost fell off the ring several times. At your age, you can be proud of being able to fight me like this. That's why I must get rid of you today, otherwise you will become my biggest enemy in the future. Liu King slapped Lu Chuan on the chest. Bang! Lu Chuan flew backwards and fell on the edge of the ring. He spit out a mouthful of blood and his breath instantly became weak. Liu King cheered. This bastard is going to be beaten to death soon. Qin Lan's mouth curled up into a smile. Lu Chuan, if you were not so greedy and were willing to give me half of the money you earned, how could you have ended up like this? This is all your own fault. Liu King walked towards Lu Chuan, holding his head high, as if looking down at an ant. Have you thought of your last words? Lu Chuan raised his head, and a smile appeared on his pale face. I have to ask you this. Liu King snorted coldly. You are about to die. What else do you have to pretend? Really? Lu Chuan twisted his hand seal, and the originally sluggish aura on his body instantly began to rise. In the blink of an eye, it had returned to its peak, and surpassed the previous one. Liu King was stunned. What's wrong with you? Why do you feel better than before? Lu Chuan quickly stood up, and punched Liu King in the stomach. Liu King quickly retreated to the back, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Chuan felt his current state, and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Liu King exclaimed, this is impossible. Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Lu Chuan grinned, thank you for this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Liu King again. The reason for this change is that Lu Chuan used a secret method called the sacrifice technique. This is a way to squeeze one's potential in a short period of time, which is several levels higher than the original blood burning technique. And to trigger the sacrifice technique, one must first fall into a desperate situation and be on the verge of death. As the saying goes, only by facing death can one gain power far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, Lu Chuan tried his best to fight Liu King as soon as he came up. Now that the sacrifice technique was successfully performed, Lu Chuan was able to beat Liu King in a short period of time. Liu King couldn't believe that Lu Chuan would have a chance to turn the tables, and used all his strength to resist the oncoming attack. However, Lu Chuan punched down, and his defense as a 7th grade master collapsed in an instant. Crack. Liu King's 2 arm bones collapsed, and he fell to the ground. Everyone around the ring was stunned. They didn't expect such a shocking reversal of the situation. Liu King was knocked down. Knocked down. Didn't you hear the sound of bones breaking? Both of his arms are broken. How could Lu Chuan suddenly become so powerful? Liu King, who was waiting to cheer and celebrate, was dumbfounded. She looked at Liu King lying on the ring in disbelief and exclaimed, brother, what's wrong with you? Get up and kill this bastard. Qin Lan had an uneasy premonition in her heart. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu King's face was full of pain. He looked at Lu Chuan with horror in his eyes and begged for mercy. I admit defeat. You let me go. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. Sorry, I can't leave myself in trouble. As soon as the voice fell, he grabbed Liu King's neck and pinched it hard without any hesitation. Crack. Liu King's head tilted down and his body softened instantly. Liu King screamed, brother. Everyone gasped. Liu King, one of the top 10 masters, just died like this? Lu Chuan killed Liu King. How could he be so strong? Lu Chuan threw Liu King's body on the ring and breathed a sigh of relief. The effect of the self-sacrifice can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, he will become completely powerless, so he must fight quickly and without any hesitation. He jumped down from the ring and came to Munan King. Munan King quickly supported Lu Chuan. Xiao-Chuan, are you okay? Lu Chuan shook his head and turned to look at Liu King. You have lost your company, and now you have put your brother in it. If you still don't give up, then it will be your turn next. Liu King's face was full of despair. She quickly climbed onto the ring, knelt in front of Liu King's body, and burst into tears. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Qin Lan again. Qin Lan shuddered all over, and her face turned pale. Lu Chuan, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan snorted. You instigated others to kidnap my sister-in-law. This matter can't be solved by a simple apology. I will settle this account with you. After saying that, he looked at Munanking, sister-in-law. Let's go. The side effects of the self-sacrifice will soon appear. He can't deal with Kinlan at the moment. He can only wait until he recovers to settle with Kinlan. Munanking nodded and quickly helped Lu Chuan leave here. At home, Lu Chuan's face was pale and weak, and cold air kept coming out of his mouth. Sister-in-law, quickly find all the quilts in the house. I used a special method to defeat Liu King, and the backlash was huge. Next, my body will become extremely cold. I need to keep the temperature, otherwise my life will be in danger. Hearing this, Munanking hurriedly nodded and went to carry all the quilts in the house into Lu Chuan's room. Lu Chuan lay on the bed and curled up in the quilt, but he was still shivering from the cold. Munanking looked anxious and didn't know what to do. She quickly took out her mobile phone and searched it on the internet. Soon, she reached into the quilt and helped Lu Chuan take off his clothes. Xiao Chuan, take off your clothes. The internet says that wearing clothes in the quilt will not keep you warm. Lu Chuan was extremely weak and almost unconscious, and he let Munanking do whatever he wanted. Not long after, Munanking took off all the clothes on Lu Chuan. Looking at Lu Chuan, who was still shivering from the cold, Munanking bit her lips distressedly. No, Xiao Chuan will be frozen to death if this goes on. I must think of a way. She kept swiping her phone, and soon she finally found an effective method, using the body to transfer temperature. She glanced at Lu Chuan, and a blush appeared on her face. Oh, I can't care so much. Saving Xiao Chuan's life is important. Thinking of this, Munanking quickly got up, took off her clothes one by one, and then quickly got into the quilt and hugged Lu Chuan. Chapter 87 Mother's Relics. As a warm feeling came over him, Lu Chuan's trembling body gradually calmed down. In a daze, he felt a touch of softness, and his body subconsciously pressed against it. Munanking's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed. In order to let Lu Chuan recover as soon as possible, she could only pretend that nothing had happened and turned her face to the side. The next morning, Lu Chuan woke up from his sleep. He felt that there was still a faint warmth and fragrance in his quilt, as if not long ago there was a delicate body here, which made people have infinite reverie. I actually had that kind of dream, and the feeling was so real. The side effects of this self-sacrifice are really weird. At this time, Munanking came over with a bowl of soup. Xiao-Chuan, you are awake. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'm fine, sister-in-law. Munanking handed the soup to Lu Chuan. Then drink this bowl of soup quickly. It's specially made for you. Lu Chuan took it and smelled the faint fragrance from Munanking and was slightly stunned. Huh? Why does my sister-in-law smell a bit like the smell in my bed? Munanking blushed when she was looked at by Lu Chuan and asked shyly, What happened? Lu Chuan quickly said, it's okay, sister-in-law. I didn't do anything stupid when I was unconscious yesterday, right? Munanking became even more shy. No, you were unconscious. What stupid things could you do? As she said this, she subconsciously tugged at her clothes. Lu Chuan nodded. That's true. He drank the bowl of soup, put on his clothes, and got off the bed. It's time to settle accounts with Kinlan, that bitch. Munanking said, Xiao-Chuan, why don't you just forget it? It's better to have less trouble than more. Lu Chuan said lightly, if it weren't for her this time, my sister-in-law wouldn't be in danger. If you don't teach her a lesson, she won't learn her lesson at all. Munanking had no choice but to stop him. Lu Chuan didn't say anything nonsense and turned around and left the house. Kinlan's home. Kinlan was sitting on the sofa with a face full of fear, and she would look towards the door every once in a while. Zhao Shufan was sitting nearby, eating melon seeds, bored. Kinyi had gone out early in the morning and was not at home at the moment. Mom, Lu Chuan will definitely not let me go. He will definitely come to settle accounts with me. What should I do? Kinlan was panicked. Zhao Shufan looked indifferent. Come if you want. He is a coward. Are we afraid of him? If he really dares to come, I will teach him a lesson and let him know that the old ones are still the best. Kinlan was speechless. Mom, you don't realize how terrifying Lu Chuan is now. Liu King died in his hands. Zhao Shufan sneered. No matter who died in his hands, He will always be that coward in my eyes, and he must keep his tail between his legs when he comes to me. Bang! The door was kicked open. Kinlan trembled with fear. She looked towards the door and found that the person coming was Lu Chuan. Her body couldn't stop shaking. He's coming. He's coming. Zhao Shufan stood up, looked at Lu Chuan with an angry face, and cursed. You damn thing, who told you to kick our door? You think you are so capable? She found a broom, walked to Lu Chuan aggressively, and shouted, I'm telling you, this door of our house is made of meteorites from outer space. If you don't pay 30 million today, you can't leave. Lu Chuan looked at her coldly. Get out. Zhao Shufan picked up the broom and hit Lu Chuan. Damn it, who are you asking to get out? Lu Chuan didn't waste any words. He slapped Zhao Shufan in the face and knocked her to the ground. Zhao Shufan was confused, covering her face and yelling at Lu Chuan, you bastard, you dare to hit me. Lu Chuan slapped her face again without saying a word. So what if I hit you? If you say another word, I will hit you again. Zhao Shufan shrank her neck in fear and immediately fell silent. Lu Chuan turned and walked towards Kinlan. Kinlan was pale and hid behind the sofa with fear on her face. Lu Chuan, let's talk it out. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, took a step forward, and was already in front of Kinlan, stretched out his hand, and pinched her neck. Why didn't you talk it out when you instigated Liu King to arrest my sister-in-law? Now you want me to talk to me in a nice way. Do you think it's possible? Kinlan's face turned red, and she was almost out of breath. Lu Chuan lifted her up from the ground, staring at her with his eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, sister-in-law is my only relative at the moment. You have put her in danger, and have touched my bottom line. It would not be too much for me to kill you now. Kinlan kept struggling, her eyes full of bloodshot. She looked at Lu Chuan in horror, feeling that this guy might really kill her. In order to save her life, she quickly said, You let me go. I still have the relics your mother left you. Don't you want them? Lu Chuan was stunned. Relics? Don't you fool me here. Kinlan said, I'm telling the truth. I secretly took it out of the box your grandfather left you. I never told you about this. You will know whether I lied to you after you see the things. Lu Chuan felt that Kinlan was not lying and slowly loosened his hand that was pinching her neck. What relics? Take them out for me. Kinlan gasped, rubbed her neck, and said, I can give you the things, but you have to promise to let me go. Lu Chuan thought about it and said, okay. He didn't intend to really kill Kinlan, just to scare her. Kinlan turned around and walked towards her room. Not long after, she came out with a very shabby envelope in her hand. Lu Chuan's eyes fell on the envelope, and some doubts arose in his heart. He became an orphan at the age of 7. He had only recently opened the box left by his grandfather. He had never thought that his mother would also leave him something. Is this what my mother left for me? Lu Chuan asked. Kinlan nodded. I was curious at the time, so I secretly opened your box. There was a pile of things in it that I didn't touch, and there was also a letter. From the content on the envelope, it can be judged that this was left by your mother. At that time, I wanted to leave myself a backup plan, so I secretly hid the letter. Fortunately, it could be used as a bargaining chip to negotiate with you at a critical moment. I didn't expect it to be really used. Lu Chuan reached out and took the letter. On it was written in a line of elegant and meaningful calligraphy. My son Lu Chuan personally wrote. The name at the end of the letter was the name of Lu Chuan's mother, Luo Yunshang. Chapter 88 The Enemy Who Killed His Mother. Lu Chuan excitedly opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. When he saw the first line of words, his pupils shrank suddenly. Chuana, when you see this letter, I'm already dead. The murderer who killed me is Long Xian'er. The name Long Xian'er pierced Lu Chuan's chest like a needle. Long Xian'er killed my mother? Lu Chuan's breathing became rapid. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to look down. Your grandfather and father disappeared suddenly, and I was hunted by Long Xian'er. I had no choice but to send you to an orphanage. I don't know why Long Xian'er hunted me, but I have some guesses in my mind. This matter is very likely related to my life experience. I come from the Luo family, one of the 3 major families in Kyoto. When I was with your father, I was strongly opposed by the family, but I still resolutely followed your father and broke with the Luo family. Originally, I had cut off my relationship with the Luo family, and they would not attack me, but I secretly found out that Long Xian'ai had worked for the Luo family. I don't know whether Long Xian'ai's hunting me is related to the Luo family, nor do I know the reason. I left this letter in the hope that, if there is a chance, you can help me investigate this matter clearly, so that I can rest in peace in the underworld. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's shock was beyond words. He had never thought that his mother was from the Luo family, one of the 3 major families in Kyoto. That is a behemoth that can stir up the wind and cloud in the whole of China. Even if my mother broke up with the Luo family shouldn't be so heartless as to send someone to kill her. The reason is probably not as simple as I thought. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and continued to read. The content behind it was about Luo Yunshang's guilt and self-blame for Lu Chuan, and she hoped that Lu Chuan could have a wonderful life. After reading the content of the letter, Lu Chuan was full of emotion. Although his impression of his mother was already very vague, he could still feel the love his mother had for him through the emotions revealed between the lines of this letter. Then a touch of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "Long Xian'ai, I didn't expect my mother to die in your hands. You really deserve to die." Originally, the grudge between Lu Chuan and Long Xian'ai was just based on Chu Mingyao. He had a relationship with Chu Mingyao. In order to make up for Chu Mingyao, he wanted to compete with Long Hao and Long Xian'ai to help Chu Mingyao get rid of the fate of being manipulated. And now Long Xian'ai has become his enemy who killed his mother, and this hatred has reached a point where it cannot be reconciled. He must kill Long Xian'ai to avenge his mother, and he must ask Long Xian'ai for the reason for killing his mother, so that his mother in the underworld can rest in peace. Qinlan and Zhao Shufan were both trembling with fear at the murderous aura that suddenly erupted from Lu Chuan. I have given you your mother's relics, can you let me go now?" Qinlan asked fearfully. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, put the letter away, looked at Qinlan and said coldly, "If you do stupid things again in the future, I will never show any mercy." After that, he turned and left here. Qinlan collapsed directly to the ground, completely relieved. In the back garden of a mansion, in the pavilion, Long Xian'ai was playing chess with a middle-aged man in black clothes with a strand of white hair on each temple. This man was Yun Zhang, the peerless strong man who ranked first among the top 10 masters of Yunsheng. Yun Zhang dropped a chess piece and said calmly, "Liu King is dead. He died at the hands of a young man named Lu Chuan." Lu Chuan? Long Xian'ai thought for a moment, and felt that the name sounded familiar. "I seem to have heard of this person." Yun Zhang said calmly, "Not long ago, Ko Xiang was struck to death by lightning when he was fighting with this man in the ring." Long Xian'ai raised his eyebrows. Turns out it was him. This kid was just an unknown person not long ago, but now even Liu King died at his hands. It's really strange. Yun Zhang looked up at Long Xian'ai and continued, "My people also found out that this person is the child that Luo Yunshang sent away that year." Long Xian'ai's hand, which was grabbing the chess piece and about to drop it, stopped in midair instantly. He raised his head, frowned and looked at Yun Zhang, and asked, "What did you say? This Lu Chuan is Luo Yunshang's son?" Yun Zhang nodded, "Yes, before Luo Yunshang died, she sent her child to an orphanage. At that time, we all felt that a child of 6 or 7 years old was not a threat, so we ignored it, but we didn't expect that he has grown up to this point now." Long Xian'ai put down the chess piece and said lightly, "Even if Liu King was killed, he is just an ant in our eyes, so there is no need to take it to heart." Yun Zhang said, "What if I tell you that this Lu Chuan was just a delivery man more than 2 months ago? It only took him more than 2 months to grow from a coward who was bullied by others to the point where he could kill Liu King. Do you still think he is just an ant?" Long Xian'ai's eyes condensed. He actually grew up so fast? Yun Zhang stood up, looked at the artificial lake beside him, and said, "Yes, although it is not clear how he did it, it only took him more than 2 months to grow to this point. If he is given another 1 or 2 years, it will be us who will become ants." Long Xian'ai's expression suddenly became solemn. He looked at Yun Zhang and asked, "Do you think he will know that we killed his mother?" Yun Zhang turned his head and laughed, saying, "Whether he knows or not, with your character, would you keep such a big hidden danger around you?" Long Xian'er pondered for a while, then arched his hands to Yun Zhang. Brother Yun, in this case, I have to trouble you to take action once more. Yun Zhang nodded and said, don't worry, I will find the right time to take action. By the way, how is Long Hao? When Long Xian'er heard Yun Zhang mention Long Hao, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he said, he broke through a few days ago. Yun Zhang raised his eyebrows and asked, is he coming back to prepare for the wedding? Long Xian'er's face suddenly showed a hint of mystery, and he smiled and said, there is no rush for this matter. Although he has broken through, he still needs to stay in the mountains for a while. Yun Zhang showed a hint of confusion on his face and asked, why? Long Xian'er laughed and said, brother Yun will naturally know this when the time comes, so I won't say it for him first. Brother Yun, you should first think about how to get rid of Lu Chuan without leaving any trace. I heard from Kao Xiang's people that this guy is close to the supervisory department. We'd better not get caught, otherwise it will be a troublesome matter. Yun Zhang didn't ask any more questions and nodded. I will make the decision. Chapter 89. Let's elope. On the way back, Lu Chuan's expression was cold, and his eyes became more firm than ever. With the help of the purple cloud pearl, he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of the world around him. After a long time, he shook his head in dissatisfaction. Too slow. It's too slow to improve my strength just by absorbing spiritual energy. I must find a way to improve my strength in a short period of time. Only in this way can I kill Long Xian'er and avenge my mother. Although the purple cloud pearl has the effect of gathering spirits, Lu Chuan is eager for revenge, and absorbing spiritual energy obviously cannot satisfy him. It seems that I have to ask where I can get century-old medicinal materials. He made calculations in his mind and hurried to the Xuanhu medical clinic. At this time, the phone rang. It was Chumingao calling. Come to the airport to meet me. Lu Chuan looked puzzled. Where are you going? Let's talk about it when we meet. Come quickly and don't waste time. Chumingao was a little impatient. Lu Chuan had no choice but to agree, walked to the side of the road, took a taxi, and rushed to the airport. As soon as he entered the airport hall, Lu Chuan saw Chumingao wearing a brown windbreaker and sunglasses, sitting in a row of seats in a low-key manner, with 2 suitcases beside her. He walked up to Chumingao with a smile and asked, are you going on a business trip? Chumingao looked up at Lu Chuan, turned her head and looked around, stood up and dragged Lu Chuan to a corner where no one was. Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan joked, why are you sneaking around? Did you do something shameful? Arsehole. Chumingao pinched Lu Chuan in frustration. Lu Chuan grimaced in pain and quickly said, stop, stop, stop. It's just a joke. Why are you using so much force? Chumingao then let go. Lu Chuan rubbed his arm, looked at Chumingao's delicate face, and asked, what did you call me here for? Chumingao was hesitant, but she still mustered up the courage to say, let's elope. Lu Chuan glared. What did you say? Chumingao's face turned red with shame, and she said angrily, wasn't I clear enough? Lu Chuan looked at Chumingao in surprise. Miss, you called me here just to play a joke on me? Chumingao was a little anxious. Who is kidding you? I'm serious. She pondered for a few seconds and continued, you are willing to fight against the Long family for me. I'm very touched, but if you want to go against the Long family on your own, there is only one way to die. Although you are a lustful and rude guy in my heart, some of your performance is indeed very satisfying, and you have already taken advantage of me. Since you are so sincere to me, I may consider being with you. But Long Hao and I are already engaged, and it's very difficult to get out of this marriage, so if you want to be with me, the only way is to elope. Let's find a small town where no one will find us, and as long as you treat me well, I can live with you forever, and even give birth to a child for you. After saying that, Chumingao lowered her head shyly. Lu Chuan was stunned, and he never thought that Chumingao would be willing to elope with him. The two were silent for a while, and Lu Chuan sighed, I can't go with you. Chumingao looked up instantly. Why? Were all the things you told me before false? Lu Chuan shook his head. It's because everything I told you is true, so I can't leave. I'm honored that you are willing to elope with me, but have you ever thought about the situation of the Chu family after you leave? Do you think Long Xiana will let your parents go? Chu Mingyao's expression froze and then said with some annoyance, I didn't think so much. Even if it's not for your Chu family, I can't go with you. Lu Chuan said seriously, I must kill Long Xiana. After learning that Long Xiana was the murderer of his mother, Lu Chuan had decided to fight Long Xiana to the end. Chu Mingyao said indignantly, can you stop being so childish? In Yansheng, no one can compete with Long Xiana. Lu Chuan said solemnly, that was in the past. Long Xiana will definitely die in my hands. Chu Mingyao sighed helplessly, what a fool. Lu Chuan jokingly raised Chu Mingyao's chin and asked, by the way, you are willing to elope with me? Does it mean that you have accepted me in your heart? Chu Mingyao opened his hand and said with a guilty conscience, don't be narcissistic here. I just feel sorry for you and want to save your life. Lu Chuan smiled slightly and did not continue to discuss this matter. Instead, he said, don't worry, the road I'm taking now, even if there are 100 Long Xianas, I don't have to take it seriously. I just need some time. By the way, do you know where to buy century-old medicinal materials? Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan angrily. She never thought that the first time in her life that she decided to elope with someone, she would be rejected. She didn't want to pay attention to Lu Chuan at all. But after being angry for a while, he still spoke faintly. In half a month, there will be a large auction in Qianhe City. It is said that there will be a century-old medicinal material. You can go there to have a look. Lu Chuan gratefully bowed to Chu Mingyao. You are still good to me. In return, how about I give myself to you again? Get lost. Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan searched for information about the Qianhe City auction on the internet. This auction actually requires a designated ticket to participate. I don't have to worry about money, but where can I get this ticket? Lu Chuan scratched his head and felt that this matter was a bit troublesome. Because the specifications of this auction are very high, in order to prevent some people who have no strength but are pretending to be rich from making trouble at the auction, the organizer adopts an invitation-based auction. Only those who receive invitations are eligible to participate in this auction. And the tickets for this auction cannot be bought with money, but can only be obtained through connections. In other words, if a person has only money but no connections, he is not qualified to participate in this level of auction. In the eyes of those successful people, money and connections are both indispensable reference standards for success. Connections represent a person's social status. If one has money but no connections, he will only be defined as a local tycoon. Qi Zhenlian is the richest man in Yansheng and has a wide network of contacts. He should be able to get the tickets for this auction. Let's go back and ask him. Lu Chuan made up his mind and planned to sit down and practice. At this moment, he received a message from Yuzin. Long time no see. I have changed my ways. Do you have time tonight? I want to treat you to dinner. Lu Chuan frowned at the text message. What kind of evil is this woman trying to do? Chapter 90. You have no face in front of me. Because of his understanding of Zen, Lu Chuan ignored the message and started practicing. Not long after, the phone rang. Lu Chuan picked it up and took a look at it, then answered it speechlessly. What trouble do you want to cause me again? Yuzin's voice was a little embarrassed. What kind of words are you talking about? Am I just the image in your mind? Lu Chuan answered seriously, yes. Yuzin was silent for a few seconds and said, I have really reflected on it. This time I came to you really want to treat you to a meal and apologize to you. Please don't think so badly of me, okay? And I came to you this time because I have a great opportunity to give you, just as compensation for the trouble I caused you before. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, what opportunity? Yuzin said, I can only tell you when you come. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, okay, then I will go to have a meal with you, but if you dare to play any tricks again, even if your father's face is there, I will not show any mercy. Yuzin said, don't worry, I really came to you this time because of good things. Lu Chuan didn't say anything more. He asked where to eat. After packing up, he rushed over Mengaihu restaurant. As soon as Lu Chuan entered the door, Yuzin ran over in a hurry. You are finally here. Let's go. My senior brother has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Yuzin said a little excitedly. Lu Chuan glanced at her suspiciously. Your senior brother? You don't want your senior brother to deal with me for you, do you? Yuzin was embarrassed and said, what are you thinking? I said that I came here to apologize to you today, and my senior brother really has great things to find you. Lu Chuan still had a face full of doubts and followed Yuzin into the private room. The table was filled with sumptuous dishes, and next to it sat a man in camouflage uniform with a sword-like gaze. Yuzin hurriedly introduced, this is my senior brother, Han Yunlei. Let me tell you, he is the captain of the 3rd Squadron of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. He is also a 5th grade warrior, not much worse than you. Lu Chuan looked at Han Yunlei and found that he was a master with a strong aura and sharp eyes. Han Yunlei looked at Lu Chuan and asked, are you Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan nodded. Han Yunlei said expressionlessly, to be able to kill Liu King at this age, he is a rare genius. Lu Chuan shrugged and heard a bit of sourness in Han Yunlei's words. What do you want to talk to me about? Han Yunlei took out a contract and threw it on the table. My superior heard about your killing of Liu King, and he admired you very much. He thought you were a talented person, so he wanted to recruit you into the war zone. It just so happens that the position of captain of our first team is still vacant. If you sign this contract, from now on, you will be the captain of the first team of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Of course, the moment the contract is signed, you will be a member of the war zone. Everything you have will belong to the war zone. You need to serve the war zone and dedicate your whole life to the war zone. Similarly, the war zone will provide you with the best resources, maximize your potential, and let you grow to a height that you dare not imagine now. Don't waste time, sign it quickly. Yuzin on the side said excitedly, I told you that this is a great thing, now you believe it. Lu Chuan stared at the contract on the table and said lightly, sorry, I'm not interested in joining the war zone. Thank you for your kindness. Han Yunlei's eyes fixed. He slammed the table and shouted, what do you mean? It's your honor that the war zone has chosen you, and you still want to refuse. The smile on Yuzin's face gradually disappeared, and he quickly poked Lu Chuan and said, are you stupid? There are very few people who are actively approached by the war zone. Do you know how many people are trying their best to join the war zone but can't? Now such a good opportunity is in front of you. Why are you still hesitating? Why don't you sign the contract quickly? Lu Chuan curled his lips. This may be an opportunity for others, but I don't need it. What? Is this mandatory for you? You have to join if you are selected? Han Yunlei's face turned as hen. He looked at Lu Chuan gloomily and said, boy, our superior asked me to come to you to flatter you. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Chuan sneered. If everyone in your war zone has this attitude, I don't think there is anything good about this place. You. Han Yunlei stood up instantly, but considering that Liu King died at the hands of the other party, he didn't dare to get angry. Yuzin on the side glanced at Lu Chuan unhappily and said, Lu Chuan, my senior brother is straightforward and not good at speaking. He invited you out of good intentions, and the resources in the war zone are not what you can imagine. If you don't join now, you will definitely regret it in the future. How about this? Give me face and sign the contract. You will definitely be grateful to me in the future. Lu Chuan found it a little funny. He turned his head to look at Yuzin and said, sorry, you lose face in front of me. Yuzin's expression froze, and he clenched his fists in anger, but he couldn't think of a rebuttal for a long time, and his face turned red. Han Yunlei took a deep breath, stared at Lu Chuan and said, I know you are proud to be able to kill Liu King at this age, but I tell you clearly that there are many people like you in our war zone. It is your loss if you don't sign the contract, and sooner or later you will regret your decision today. Lu Chuan laughed. To be honest, if you discuss it with me today, I can still consider it, but you have a condescending attitude from the beginning, as if you are so great. If everyone in your war zone is like you, then there is really no need for me to go to this kind of place. I'm not worthy of this meal. You can eat it by yourselves, and remember to say hello to your superiors for me. After saying that, Lu Chuan turned and left. Han Yunlei slapped the table with one palm, and the table instantly broke into pieces, and the plates were broken all over the floor. He was furious, his expression ferocious, too arrogant, really too arrogant. Yuzin was also furious, his face full of grievance. That's right. What kind of person is he? I was kind enough to give him an opportunity, but he was so ungrateful. I even wanted to apologize to him. After a while, Han Yunlei calmed down a little. His brows suddenly frowned, and he said, "The commander said that this kid is a rare talent and asked me to invite him to the war zone. Before he came, he also told me to treat him politely. I was worried that this kid was arrogant and would not know his place after entering the war zone. That's why I wanted to suppress his momentum, and my attitude was a little bad. Who would have thought that he was really a thorn in the side, and he didn't even have this little bit of patience. The commander really misjudged him. But in this way, I didn't complete the task, and I will definitely be scolded when I go back." Yuzin rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, don't be so pessimistic. I have a way that will not only prevent you from being scolded, but also maybe make that bastard Lu Chuan suffer a little." Han Yunlei's eyes lit up. "What method?" Yuzin came over immediately, with a sinister look on her face, and said, "When you go back this time, tell your superiors that Lu Chuan is arrogant and doesn't take the war zone seriously at all. You invited him with good intentions, but he asked for too much and wanted to take your superior's position in one step. He even scolded the high-level officials of the war zone. In this way, your superiors will definitely hate him, and you won't be scolded this way." After listening to this, Han Yunlei gradually showed a sly smile on his face, and then he gave Yuzin a thumbs up and said, "Junior sister, it has to be you." Chapter 91 Xiaoluo. Lu Chuan was walking home when he suddenly sneezed. "Achoo, strange. I always feel like someone is plotting against me behind my back. Is it an illusion?" He took out a piece of paper to wipe his nose, then walked to the trash can and threw it away. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the alley next to him. "Ah! Damn hooligans. Let me go. Don't touch me." Lu Chuan frowned and turned to walk into the alley. Soon, he saw that under the dim light, several drunk tattooed men were forcing a pitiful little girl into a corner and tearing her clothes. "A bunch of beasts. Let her go," Lu Chuan shouted. Several men turned their heads and looked at Lu Chuan. "Damn it, don't you see that your grandfathers are doing serious work? Little bastard, if you don't want to be beaten, get out of here quickly. We don't have time to waste time with you." Lu Chuan curled his lips without any nonsense and rushed to the men in one step. Ouch. Still. One person was about to say something harsh, but the next second, Lu Chuan's fist was already on his face. Blood splattered, teeth flew, and the man's body flipped 360 degrees in the air and fell heavily into the garbage dump 7 or 8 meters away. Seeing this, the remaining few people were scared and turned to escape. Lu Chuan didn't give them a chance. With a few moves, he beat them upside down, crying for their parents and kneeling down to beg for mercy. Then he walked to the girl who was already stunned by the excessive shock and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl's clothes were torn to pieces, revealing a piece of white. She was not tall, but her breasts were particularly well developed. A piece of her clothes was torn off, and the faint scenery inside was so visible that even Lu Chuan couldn't help but take a second look. I'm fine." The girl came to her senses and subconsciously folded her arms across her chest, looking aggrieved and pitiful. Lu Chuan took off his coat and put it on the girl. "The security around here is not very good. Don't walk alone at night in the future, let alone go into such a dark alley." The girl nodded seriously. After making sure that the girl was okay, Lu Chuan turned around and was about to leave. At this time, a delicate little hand grabbed him. Lu Chuan turned around and found that the girl was staring at him pitifully, with tears in her eyes. "What's wrong? Any other questions?" The girl hesitated for a while and finally plucked up the courage to say, Big brother, I came from the countryside. I don't know anyone here, and I don't have a place to live. I originally planned to find a job, but I was deceived by these beastly guys. I'm penniless now. Can you take me home?" After saying that, she lowered her head embarrassedly, showing her embarrassment and helplessness. Lu Chuan sighed and asked, "What's your name?" The girl replied, "Xiao." "Xiao, Lu Chuan asked seriously, "Xiao, aren't you afraid that I will do something excessive to you after I take you back?" Xiao said immediately, "No. I can tell at a glance that you are not that kind of person, and if you really have improper thoughts about me, you would not have saved me. Lu Chuan laughed and said, you are really good at judging people. In that case, then you should go back with me first. Xiao Yu was full of gratitude, and she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Chuan several times. Big brother, I will never forget your kindness to Xiao Yu. I will definitely repay you in my next life. Lu Chuan helped her up, but he muttered in his heart, if I meet a handsome guy, I will give myself to him. If I meet an ugly guy, I will work like a cow and a horse in the next life. Am I so ugly? The two walked towards the Xuanhu medical clinic together. On the way, Lu Chuan asked about Xiao Yu's background. After confirming that she was indeed alone in Yuncheng to make a living, but was unlucky and cheated, he planned to arrange a job for her in Xuanhu medical clinic, so that this young girl who was not experienced in the world would suffer less. Xiao Yu was extremely grateful, and told Lu Chuan that she would work like a cow and a horse for 2 lifetimes to repay him. Lu Chuan was speechless, thinking that it seemed that he was really ugly in the eyes of this girl. Back to Xuanhu medical clinic. Mu Nanking came up happily, but when he saw Xiao Yu beside Lu Chuan, his face suddenly turned cold, and he asked with vigilance, who is this? Lu Chuan explained to Mu Nanking, and introduced the two. Mu Nanking learned that Xiao Yu was not what he thought, and his face returned to a smile, and enthusiastically arranged a room for her to sleep. The next day, Lu Chuan arranged some simple work for Xiao Yu. Seeing that this girl was clever and quick to get started, he was relieved. In the afternoon, Lu Chuan contacted Qi Zhen'an and made an appointment to have dinner together in the evening. At 8 o'clock, Lu Chuan rushed to the restaurant, and Qi Zhen'an came out to greet him with enthusiasm. Lu Chuan, come in, I have already ordered the dishes. We have to have a good drink tonight. The two went in and sat down. Lu Chuan smiled and asked, Mr. Qi, you seem to be particularly enthusiastic towards me today. Qi Zhen'an showed a trace of shame on his face and said, Lu Chuan, to be honest, I have been regretting almost every day that I did not invest in the 3 drugs you launched. If I had known that these 3 drugs were so effective, I would have signed a contract with you that night. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Qi, you are joking. My business is just a small business, which cannot be compared with Mr. Qi. There is nothing to regret. Qi Zhen'an kept waving his hands, and it seemed that he was really regretful. He approached Lu Chuan and whispered, Lu Chuan, if I invest now, do you think there is still hope? Even if I put in more money, it will be fine. Lu Chuan smiled and said, you have to ask Ningxin. She is my investor now, and my words don't count anymore. Qi Zhen'an was immediately disappointed, knowing that this matter was hopeless. He regretted his short-sightedness and didn't take a fancy to Lu Chuan's medicine. Until now, he would slap himself in the face from time to time in his dreams, making his wife think he was mentally ill. Without further ado, Qi Zhen'an took a deep breath, recovered himself, and asked, what is the matter with you looking for me this time? Lu Chuan said, I want to attend the auction in Qianhe City soon, and I want to ask Mr. Qi if he can get an invitation letter. Qi Zhen'an thought for a while, smiled and said, I do have a few friends in Qianhe, but one of the organizers of this auction doesn't like me, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get an invitation letter if I go to ask for it. Lu Chuan asked, is there no other way? Qi Zhen'an thought for a while and said, but it's not that there is no way, it's just a little troublesome. Lu Chuan said, just ask. Qi Zhen'an said, I have a grudge with the people who organized the auction. They don't give me face, but they will definitely give missing face. There is a man named Jiang He among the organizers. He has a daughter who has a strange disease. He has found many famous doctors, but to no avail. If you can get missing to recommend you to cure Jiang He's daughter's disease, the invitation letter to the auction will naturally be in your hands. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and thought this was a feasible solution. He bowed to Qi Zhen'an and said, thank you, Mr. Qi, for your advice. Qi Zhen'an smiled and said, no way, come on, let's have a good drink today. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lu Chuan, drunk, said goodbye to Qi Zhen'an and rushed to the Xuanhu medical clinic. He wanted to go to the roadside to take a taxi, but suddenly realized that someone seemed to be following him. The people Xiao Yun found to avenge me. With some doubts, Lu Chuan turned into an alley, then quickened his pace. Not long after, he came to a hill with few people. He originally wanted to get rid of the person who was following him, but found that the other party was not slower than him, and he did not fall behind by half a step. He thought he was a powerful person. Lu Chuan stopped on the hill, looked around in the moonlight, and said coldly, "Come out, you have been following me for so long, and you don't do anything. Do you have no courage or confidence?" A hearty laugh rang out. Then Lu Chuan saw a middle-aged man with a strand of white hair on each temple slowly walking out of the darkness. With every step he took, his aura became stronger. When he came to him, even Lu Chuan felt a strong pressure, and could not resist. A sense of crisis rose in his heart. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 92, Death of Young Zhang. You can kill Liu King at such a young age. This talent is one of the best in the whole Jiangbi. It's a pity that you won't survive tonight, Yun Zhang said lightly. Lu Chuan stared at this guy he had never met with vigilance. He could feel from the breath of the other party that once he started, he would most likely not survive 3 moves. This is a terrifying person whose strength is far above him. I have no grudges with you. Why do you say such things? Lu Chuan asked tentatively. Yun Zhang showed a playful smile on his face. There is indeed no grudge between you and me, and you are also a rare good seedling. If you were not the child of that woman, I might consider taking you as my apprentice. Lu Chuan frowned and asked, "Who are you? Who is that woman?" Yun Zhang turned his back, looked up at the moon in the sky, and said slowly, "My name is Yun Zhang, and that woman is naturally your mother, Luo Yunsheng." Lu Chuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. Lu Chuan had naturally heard of Yun Zhang, who was the leader of the top 10 masters in Yunsheng. He was also very clear that Yun Zhang and Long Xian'er had a close relationship. It was said that Yun Zhang was Long Xian'er's son, and the two were inseparable. With Lu Chuan's current strength of the 7th level of key training, he could only deal with a 6th grade master at most, and he could only fight with a 7th grade master at the risk of his life. Facing a peerless master like Yun Zhang who had reached the 9th grade many years ago, there was only one way to go. Lu Chuan was also shocked when Yun Zhang said his mother's name. This was enough to show that everything said in the letter left by his mother was true, and she was really killed by Long Xian'er. Now they are here to kill him again. Lu Chuan's eyes were full of anger. He stared at Yun Zhang and asked, "Why did Long Xian'er kill my mother?" Yun Zhang showed a trace of surprise on his face and said, "I didn't expect you to know this. It seems that Luo Yunsheng also has a backup plan. I came to you this time, and it's really the right place." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and shouted, "Tell me why Long Xian'er wanted to kill my mother first." Yun Zhang's mouth curled up. "Although you are already a dying man, I'm sorry I can't tell you this. Just surrender. I can let you die more happily." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stared at Yun Zhang, knowing that the other party would never tell the truth about Long Xian'er killing his mother. He knew that he was no match for Yun Zhang, and the purple cloud bead on his wrist had quietly glowed. "If you don't tell me, I will ask Long Xian'er in person. One day, all of you scum will die in my hands." Lu Chuan shouted, turned around and ran down the hill. Yun Zhang shook his head slightly, and his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's eyes widened and he exclaimed, "So fast?" Before he could react, Yun Zhang had already punched him in the chest. He immediately stretched out his arm to block it. A huge force appeared, instantly breaking through his 7th level key training defense, and hitting him hard. His body flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground not far away, and a big pit appeared. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned around and looked at Yun Zhang, with a little more fear in his eyes. At this moment, he truly felt that the strength of the 7th level of key training was still too far for him. Although the martial arts is far inferior to the path of cultivation, when the realm is too different, the cultivator will still be pressed to the ground. I must reach the foundation as soon as possible and have the power to destroy the world. Lu Chuan roared in his heart. Yunzang looked at Lu Chuan in surprise and murmured, "You took my punch, but not a single bone was broken. You are indeed special." Lu Chuan spit on the ground. If his body had not been nourished by spiritual energy every day, his bones would have been incomparable to those of ordinary people. Otherwise, his 2 arms would have been broken into pieces by that punch. "I have a close relationship with Senior Yu from the supervisory department. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go. Aren't you afraid of the investigation by the supervisory department?" Lu Chuan asked. Yunzang smiled and said, "This place is rarely visited. Even if I take action here, no one will notice. I will kill you later and deal with the scene. Even if the supervisory department finds out that you are missing, they will not suspect me." Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully, thinking that I can use the thunder power of the purple cloud pearl with confidence. "Boy, I don't like to drag things out. I will send you off next. Do you have any last words?" Yunzang walked towards Lu Chuan step by step. Lu Chuan sneered and said, "Do you know that, if you do too many bad things, you will be struck by lightning? If you still have a conscience, let me go now, and then tell me why Long Xian'ai killed my mother. I can assure you that I will only seek revenge on Long Xian'ai, and will not cause you any trouble." Yunzang laughed. Words like getting struck by lightning for doing bad things are used to coax children. "Do you think that I can step by step become the top 10 masters in Yancheng and will change my mind because of what you said? And I can tell you that there are huge implications behind Long Xian'ai killing your mother, so you must die." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes. From Yunzang's words, he could infer that Long Xian'ai killing his mother was probably not a personal grudge, and there must be many unknown secrets involved. Without much hesitation, he said to Yunzang, "I don't think it's used to coax children. God is watching what people do. If you do too many bad things, you will really be punished by God. If you don't believe me, look at your head." Yunzang looked up and found that there was actually a dark cloud gathering there, with thunder rolling in it, as if a shocking thunder would fall at any time, and his brows frowned immediately. A feeling of uneasiness appeared in his heart. Yunzang knew that, if he dragged it on, something unexpected would happen, so he immediately reached out and grabbed Lu Chuan's neck. "Playing tricks? Boy, give me your life." At this moment, there was a loud bang. A silver white thunder fell from the sky at a high speed, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped Yunzang up. "No. This is impossible." Yunzang screamed. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than the thunder. Before his hand reached Lu Chuan, the skin on it had exploded. But just 2 seconds passed. The originally aggressive Yunzang had already turned into a piece of black charcoal, and it was impossible to tell what he looked like. The clouds in the sky dissipated, and Lu Chuan sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew that Yunzang, who had been a big shot in Yancheng for many years, died in such a sloppy way on this small hill. The leader of the top 10 masters was completely eliminated. Chapter 93. I want to do something big. After a long time, Lu Chuan stood up from the ground, stared at the carbonized Yunzang for a while, then kicked him into the pit, where he fell out at that time, and buried him with soil. He did some processing on the scene, and after confirming that no one else around found it, he hurried away. Back at the Zuanhu Medical Clinic, Munan King saw Lu Chuan's pale face and tired face, and hurried over to ask about the situation. Xiaoyu also came over with a concerned look, and asked Lu Chuan what happened. Lu Chuan perfunctorily said that he drank too much, and it was okay, and then hurried back to the room to recover. Although Yunzang was killed by the thunder power of Xianzu, the punch he gave Lu Chuan still caused Lu Chuan to be seriously injured. Lu Chuan must recover quickly and not let anyone notice the abnormality. After all, the death of Yunzang is a big news for the entire Yancheng. Although this matter may not be discovered by anyone in a short period of time, the long-term disappearance of such a big man will inevitably arouse other people's suspicion. What's more, Yunzang was sent by Long Xian'ai. Once Long Xian'ai couldn't contact Yunzang, he would definitely find something strange. So Lu Chuan must not let others know that Yunzang's death was related to him, otherwise Long Xian'ai would definitely try every means to hunt him down. Of course, masters like Yunzang are erratic, and it is common for them to go to the deep mountains and old forests to retreat for a month or two, so Lu Chuan doesn't have to worry about any problems in the short term. The most urgent thing is to improve your strength as soon as possible so that you will have enough confidence to seek revenge on Long Xian'er. After a night of recovery, Lu Chuan's physical condition improved a lot. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the Xuanhu medical clinic, secretly recuperating and occasionally treating people, which was considered a 2-day relaxation. At the same time, he noticed that Xiaoi was quite diligent, busy in the medical clinic, and helped Mu Nanking share a lot of work. Lu Chuan saw a smart and clever spirit in this girl, and felt that, if she was well trained, Xiaoi might become a talent, so he gave her some advice. Xiaoi was smart, and understood everything Lu Chuan said. She also showed her interest in pharmacology, and asked Lu Chuan many questions about pharmaceuticals. Lu Chuan generously shared a lot of knowledge, and gave Xiaoi several prescriptions for her to study. A few days later, Lu Chuan recovered completely, and confirmed that no one knew that Yunzan was dead. There was no movement from Long Xian'er either. It seemed that he didn't know that the number 1 master in Yuncheng had been buried. I guess Long Xian'er just regarded me as an ant that could be crushed to death easily, so he didn't take it seriously at all. This is good. I have plenty of time to improve my strength. By the time he reacts, I should have grown to the point where even he has to look up to me. First, ask Ningxin to recommend me, and get the invitation to the auction. Lu Chuan immediately contacted Ningxin, and made an appointment to meet at the cafe. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chuan walked into the cafe, and saw Ningxin sitting in front of the window, wearing a close-fitting shirt, leaning over the table, with one hand supporting her chin, and wondering what she was thinking. His eyes involuntarily fell on the pair of weapons, and he couldn't help but sweat for the table. I wonder if this table can bear this weight. Lu Chuan sat opposite Ningxin. Ningxin came back to her senses and smiled. Why did you think of asking me out today? Did you get it? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and said, of course I have something to ask you for help. Do you think I would go out with you when I have nothing to do? Ningxin was annoyed. What's wrong with going out with me? Do you know that the people who ask me out every day have circled the earth 3 times? Lu Chuan thought that he had something to ask of others, so he quickly said, yes, it's my honor to go out with Miss Ning. Ningxin's attitude softened a little. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lu Chuan told Ningxin that he wanted an invitation to the auction, hoping that Ningxin could recommend him to treat Jiang Hei's daughter. Ningxin said, it's just a small matter. Jiang Hei's daughter used to play with me. I'll recommend her to you. After that, she took out her mobile phone and sent a few messages. After a while, Ningxin said to Lu Chuan with a proud look on her face, okay, I have someone to notify Jiang Hei and recommend him a miracle doctor to treat his daughter's illness. Jiang Hei said that he will give a grand reception when the time comes. What do you think? This girl's face is still useful. Lu Chuan smiled and said, of course, who can have a bigger face than you, Miss Ning? TSK. Ningxin raised her head and looked at him, and there was obviously joy in her eyes after being praised. I helped you. Do you have to do me a favor too? Ningxin asked. Lu Chuan asked, what can I do for you? Ningxin smiled wickedly and whispered, I've been very interested in the structure of the human body recently. I've studied women's very well, but I haven't learned much about men's. Come with me to the hotel, so I can study it carefully. Lu Chuan had just taken a sip of coffee and almost spit it out after hearing what Ningxin said. He stared at the woman with suspicion and said, there's actually nothing to study. With your experience of watching countless films, you must have seen all kinds of them, so I think it's better to forget it. Ningxin immediately said, I haven't seen the real one yet. Lu Chuan pretended not to hear, took out his mobile phone, and took a look, and said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Thank you for recommending me. I will definitely treat you to a big meal later. After that, he immediately got up and walked out of the cafe without even turning his head. Ningxin gritted her teeth and said secretly, asshole, I don't believe I can't take you. Sooner or later, I will throw you on the bed and study you carefully. At this time, an old man walked in front of Ningxin. Ningxin was stunned when she saw this person, and then asked, Mr. Qin, why are you here? The old man showed a gentle smile on his face and said, Miss, I'm here to take you home. Ningxin immediately crossed her arms and turned her head away. Go back and tell my father that I haven't had enough fun yet. I will go back when I have had enough fun. Mr. Kinseiden said, Miss, you have been playing outside for so long. It is time to concentrate. You are the eldest daughter of the Ning family, and your status is unattainable. For a guy like that just now, you should cut off contact as soon as possible. Ningxin was immediately dissatisfied. I can play with whoever I want. Even my father can't control me. Mr. Qin hesitated for a moment and said, Miss, actually the head of the family asked me to come this time, so that you can go back and prepare for the marriage. Ningxin was stunned and asked quickly, my fiancé wants to come to the house. Old Qin shook his head and said, that's not the case, but the head of the family said that you are of marriageable age, and it's time to prepare for marriage. Although the fiancé has not come to the door yet, when you are ready, the head of the family will take the initiative to send someone to find him. Ningxin was about to refute immediately. After all, the marriage was arranged when she was born. She didn't even know what the so-called fiancé looked like. Now she has someone she likes in her heart, so naturally she doesn't want to marry someone else casually. But when she thought of her father's serious face, that made people dare not resist, she became depressed. She knew from a young age that this was her fate, and it was useless to resist. After a long time, Ningxin took a deep breath and said to Qin Leo, I can go back with you, but you have to give me some time. I still have some things to do. I will go back with you after I finish them. Qin Leo asked, what is it? I can help the young lady share her worries. Ningxin rolled her eyes. You can't help me with this matter. I have to give my most important things to the people I care about. Don't worry about it. I understand. Qin Leo nodded and turned to leave. Ningxin took out her mobile phone and made a call. Send me the debridement ointment I prepared earlier. I have something important to do. Chapter 94 Xianhe Jiang Family. Lu Chuan returned to Zuanhu Medical Clinic and told Mu Nanking that he was going to Xianhe City to attend the auction. He asked her to take care of the clinic for him and take care of Xiaoluo. Then he checked the balance in his bank card. As the sales of the 3 elixirs became more and more popular, Lu Chuan's current dividends have reached an astonishing 100 million. This number was something Lu Chuan had only dreamed of before. Now that there is so much money in his bank card, it makes him feel unreal. Now I'm also a billionaire. With this money, I should be able to afford a 100-year-old medicinal herb, right? Although 100-year-old medicinal herbs are rare, and the prices at the auction are not low, making each one valuable, it should not be so outrageous that a single medicinal herb costs 100 million, so Lu Chuan is still very confident in his funds. The next morning, Lu Chuan packed up his things and went out. Although he now has hundreds of millions of assets in his hands, he still chose the simplest way to travel far away, taking the train. The main thing is that Xianhe City is not far from Yancheng. It only takes 2 hours to get there by train, so there is no need to waste money on transportation. After checking the ticket and entering the station, Lu Chuan got on the train and came to his seat. As soon as he sat down, a woman sitting opposite him shouted at him with uncertainty, Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan looked up and found that the other person was beautiful, with a first-class figure and long flowing hair. She looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her for a while, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Do you know me? The woman showed a hint of surprise on her face. After making sure that she had not recognized the wrong person, she quickly said, I'm Jiang King, don't you remember me? We were deskmates in high school. Lu Chuan then remembered who the person in front of him was, and said with surprise, are you Jiang King? Jiang King looked at Lu Chuan with a frown and said, why, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you don't even recognize your old classmates? Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands and said, no, it's just that you have become so beautiful now, I can't recognize you. Jiang King chuckled, after so long, even you, who was the most honest in the class, have become slick. Lu Chuan said seriously, I'm telling the truth. Jiang King was very happy and said, it seems that we are destined to meet you here. Are you going to Xianhe City too? Lu Chuan nodded, I'm going there to do something. Jiang Xin said, what a coincidence. I went to Xianhe City to look for a job this time. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Tao, my college classmate. She pointed to a handsome young man sitting next to her. Lu Chuan turned his head and greeted politely, "Hello." Zhang Tao just nodded, his eyes scrutinizing Lu Chuan, and there seemed to be a hint of hostility. He likes Jiang King, but Jiang King and I are just old classmates. There is no need to be hostile to me right away, right? Lu Chuan didn't care and asked Jiang King, "What kind of job are you looking for in Xianhei City?" Jiang King suddenly became excited and said, "It's a job at Jiang's Group, a top enterprise in Xianhei City." Then she looked at Zhang Tao with gratitude and said, "This is all thanks to Zhang Tao. If it weren't for his connections, how could I get into such a big company with my qualifications? There are 5 of us this time, and we all got the job at Jiang's Group thanks to Zhang Tao." Lu Chuan congratulated, "That's really congratulations." Zhang Tao, who was standing aside, immediately showed a proud look on his face and said, "This little thing is nothing to me. My cousin is the human resources manager of Jiang's Group. It's just a matter of saying hello to him." Jiang's Group? Could it be a company under Jiang Hei's name? Lu Chuan muttered to himself and didn't say much. Zhang Tao rolled his eyes and asked Lu Chuan, "Brother, it seems that you are not very interested in Jiang Group. What do you do?" Lu Chuan said, "I work in a clinic." Zhang Tao's disdain on his face became even stronger. He muttered in his heart that he was just working in a broken clinic, and he thought you were so powerful. He felt that Lu Chuan was not a threat to him, so he stopped talking. Jiang King was excited to meet her old classmates and kept talking. Lu Chuan also recalled the good times in high school with her, his face full of emotion. Zhang Tao, who was standing aside, saw that the two people were chatting happily, and the word jealousy was written directly on his face. He wanted to stab Lu Chuan directly. After all, he had been chasing Jiang King for so long, but he had never chatted with Jiang King so closely. 2 hours later, the train arrived in Xianhei City. Several people arrived outside the train station together. Jiang King and Lu Chuan left each other contact information and agreed to have a meal together when they had time. Then, they went to work on their new jobs with Zhang Tao and others. Lu Chuan dialed the number of Jiang Hei that Ningxing gave him and told the other party that he had arrived at Xianhei railway station. Jiang Hei immediately said that he would come to meet him and asked Lu Chuan to wait at the railway station. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz G with a license plate number of 88,888 stopped in front of the railway station. A mature, stable, fat, middle-aged man and a well-maintained, beautiful woman got out of the car. They were Jiang Hei and his wife Liu Chunhe. As soon as Jiang Hei got out of the car, he began to look around, looking for the figure of the miracle doctor that Ningxin mentioned. Seeing this, Lu Chuan walked over and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang Hei?" Jiang Hei was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "It's me. Who are you?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm Lu Chuan." Jiang Hei was surprised and looked at Lu Chuan repeatedly, as if the person in front of him was too different from the image he imagined. Liu Chunhe on the side said directly, "Are you the miracle doctor that Miss Ning mentioned? Why don't you look like one at all?" Jiang Hei quickly glared at Liu Chunhe and said to Lu Chuan with a smile, "Miss Lu, my wife doesn't think before she speaks. Don't mind it. I believe Miss Ning's vision is not wrong. Let's get in the car and go back to treat my daughter." Lu Chuan nodded and took the initiative to get into Jiang Hei's car. Liu Chunhe pulled Jiang Hei and whispered, "This guy doesn't look like a miracle doctor at all. Miss Ning must have been fooled." Jiang Hei's face was a little gloomy, and he said, "Let's get in the car and go back first." The two got in the car together and rushed home. In the center of Xianhei City, in front of a magnificent and domineering courtyard, Jiang Hei stopped the car, gave the key to the servant, and walked towards the gate with Lu Chuan with enthusiasm. Lu Chuan looked up and saw 2 stone lions 5 or 6 meters high and imposing in front of the courtyard. There was a plaque above the main gate with the words Jiang Mansion written on it. This is a wealthy family. Lu Chuan sighed in his heart. The 3 of them came to the living room. Jiang Hei asked Lu Chuan to sit down and asked the servants to pour tea. "Drive Lu, you take a rest here first, and I will take you to see my daughter later." Lu Chuan nodded. Liu Chunhe grabbed Jiang Hei's arm and took him into the inner room. "Are you going to let this unreliable guy treat our daughter?" Liu Chunhe was furious. Jiang He looked embarrassed. Although I also think that this person is not as reliable as Miss Ning said. He was recommended by Miss Ning after all. If we don't let him see her, wouldn't it be a disrespect to Miss Ning? Liu Chunhua threw her hand and said, I don't care. This is a matter related to my daughter's life. I can't let a guy who may not even have read a few medical books to treat my daughter. Jiang He sighed, thought for a while and said, this matter really cannot be rushed. Fortunately, I have contacted Zheng Qian, the genius doctor in our Xianhe city. His reputation is obvious to all. Except for the high fees, his medical skills are absolutely fine. He will be here soon. Let's let him treat my daughter later. As for this Lu Chuan, although he was recommended by Miss Ning, it should be just a casual recommendation. Even if we don't let him treat the disease, Miss Ning will definitely not say anything. Let's let him watch Divine Dr. Zheng treat our daughter later. When he is cured, we will have an excuse not to let him take action. Then we can give him some hard work money and send him away. Liu Chunhua nodded. Okay, let's do as you say. After discussing, the two went out of the room. Jiang He glanced at Lu Chuan with an awkward smile on his face and said, Drive Lu, I also invited another doctor to come and see my daughter today. He should be here soon, and I have to go and greet him now. Lu Chuan frowned and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you not believe in my medical skills? Jiang He quickly said, no, absolutely not. The main thing is that I had invited Dr. Zheng Qian before you, and I can't refuse him. Please bear with me. After saying that, he didn't give Lu Chuan a chance to speak and immediately walked out. Liu Chunhua whispered, don't you see, if you look like a doctor, only a fool would trust your medical skills. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, knowing that he looked too young, so it was hard to convince people. But he didn't plan to leave just like that. Even if Jiang He didn't want him to treat the disease, he had to cure the disease, otherwise he couldn't ask for an invitation to the auction. After a while, Jiang He came over with a grey-haired, sharp-nosed, and monkey-faced old man, followed by two apprentices. Drive Zheng, please come in. My daughter is in the room in the inner courtyard. I'll take you there now. Jiang He said respectfully. The group ignored Lu Chuan's existence, passed in front of him, through the living room, and entered the inner courtyard. After a long while, Jiang He hurried back to the living room, squeezed out a stiff smile and said, Drive Lu, I'm really sorry, because I invited Dr. Zheng first. Based on the principle of first come first served, I have to let him treat my daughter first. Please forgive me, let's go now. Lu Chuan thought that he still needed help from others, so he couldn't get angry, so he nodded and followed Jiang He to the inner courtyard. I want to see how good that guy with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks is at medical treatment. The two entered a room in the inner courtyard. A faint fragrance came to his face, and Lu Chuan saw a delicate body lying on the bed, covered with only a layer of gauze, white and delicate, looming, which made people have endless reverie. This person is Jiang He's daughter Jiang Lingshan. At this time, Jiang Lingshan's eyes were closed, and her whole body was emitting heat. Even if there were many ice cubes in the room, it seemed that she still couldn't suppress the heat radiating from the inside to the outside of her body. Lu Chuan frowned immediately after seeing Jiang Lingshan's condition. He guessed that this beautiful girl might not have any disease. No wonder so many famous doctors couldn't cure her. Thinking of this, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried that this surname Zheng would see the doctor first. If he really cured her, he would have no chance to ask Jiang He for an invitation letter. Now he can rest assured that this surname Zheng will definitely not be able to cure Jiang Lingshan's illness. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking, Zheng Qian's eyes suddenly fell on him. Boss Jiang, what does this person do? Zheng Qian asked in a cold tone. Jiang He thought for a moment and quickly said, Dr. Zheng, this is Lu Chuan. He is also here to see my daughter, but he wants to observe Dr. Zheng's medical skills more. If Dr. Zheng takes action, my daughter's illness will definitely be cured easily. Zheng Qian narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted, Huh? Boss Jiang, you don't believe in my level, Zheng, and you actually asked someone else to come. That's fine, but you found such an ordinary guy. It's obvious that he doesn't have any level, but you let him see the doctor with me. What, are you mocking that my level is the same as this trash? Jiang He didn't expect Zheng Qian to suddenly attack. His face changed suddenly, and he quickly explained, "Dr. Zheng, I absolutely didn't mean that." "Lu Chuan." Zheng Qian snorted coldly, "You don't have to explain. Since you are so insincere, let someone else treat your daughter's illness." Zheng is leaving. After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Liu Chunhua quickly stopped him and begged, "Drive Zheng, you are the only one who can save my daughter. Please give her a break, and don't be so mean to my husband. Lu Chuan came here on his own, and we didn't intend to let him treat her." Chapter 95. Only Dr. Lu can save her. Hearing this, Lu Chuan was instantly furious and wanted to argue with Liu Chunhua. Seeing this, Jiang He quickly grabbed Lu Chuan, pleading with his face, and whispered, "Drive Lu, please don't take it to heart. We just want to save our daughter's life. I will apologize to you afterwards." Lu Chuan was speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. Zheng Qian glanced at Liu Chunhua and said lightly, "Since you are so sincere, it's not that I can't give your daughter a chance." Liu Chunhua said with gratitude, "Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Thank you, Dr. Zheng." Zheng Qian said, "But you offended me, and I can't just let it go so easily. Otherwise no one will take me, Zheng, seriously in the future. How about this? You increase the originally promised 2 million medical treatment fee to 5 million, and this matter will be over, and I will also do my best to treat your daughter. How about it?" Jiang He and Liu Chunhua were both stunned. Jiang He hesitated. "Drive Zheng, this." Zheng Qian snorted coldly, "Since you don't want to, forget it, let's go." Liu Chunhua quickly stopped him. We are willing. It's only 5 million, my Jiang family can afford it." Zheng Qian's eyes flashed with a sneer of conspiracy, and he said, "Mrs. Jiang is still sensible. In this case, I will treat your daughter right away." Lu Chuan then realized that Zheng Qian was deliberately using him to make trouble, so as to take the opportunity to raise the medical fee. Such a shameless person has the nerve to call himself a miracle doctor, which is really an insult to the medical profession. Lu Chuan cursed in his heart. Jiang Heixiang also realized that he was cheated, but for his daughter, he could only admit it. Zheng Qian walked to the bedside, took Jiang Lingshan's pulse, observed her condition, and frowned immediately. He has been practicing medicine for many years, but he has never seen this kind of disease in Jiang Lingshan. For a while, he didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Jiang He hurriedly asked, "Drive Zheng, how is my daughter's condition? Could it be that even you can't cure her?" Zheng Qian immediately shouted, "Nonsense. There is no disease in this world that I can't cure. I can see your daughter's condition at a glance. It's just that dampness and poison have entered her body, causing a high fever and making her comatose. I have a medicine here that specifically treats dampness and poison. When I give it to her, she will wake up immediately." As he said that, he looked at his apprentice and motioned him to take out the medicine. The apprentice took out a medicine bag and handed it to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian opened it and took a look at the powder inside, with a hint of hesitation on his face. He was not sure whether his medicine could cure Jiang Lingshan's disease, but for the 5 million, he could only take a risk. "Open her mouth," Zheng Qian said. Wang Chunhua opened Jiang Lingshan's mouth as instructed. Zheng Qian immediately poured the powder into Jiang Lingshan's mouth. Lu Chuan suddenly said, "What she has is not dampness and poison at all. If you feed her this medicine, it will only have a counterproductive effect. Moreover, she has been in a coma for many days and is weak. The effect of your medicine is so strong that she can't bear it at all. Once she takes it, she will not live for more than an hour." Zheng Qian glared at Lu Chuan and cursed, "You little bastard, is it your turn to talk nonsense here when I'm treating the disease? She is definitely suffering from dampness and poison. Don't make trouble here. Even if something really goes wrong later, it must be you who is secretly making trouble." Wang Chunhua was eager to save her daughter and shouted directly at Lu Chuan, "Get out. Don't interfere with Dr. Zheng's treatment of my daughter here." Lu Chuan said angrily, "You are harming your daughter." Wang Chunhua said angrily, "Drive Zheng is a superb doctor. He said that my daughter's disease can be cured, so it must be cured. On the contrary, you, seeing that Dr. Zheng didn't give you face, deliberately made trouble. I'll let you stay here, and you are harming my daughter." Lu Chuan did not get angry, but said, okay, since you trust him so much, let him feed the medicine, but once your daughter drinks this medicine, she will only have 1 hour to live. You guys take care of yourself. After that, he turned and left. Jiang He sighed helplessly and did not follow to apologize to Lu Chuan. Wang Chunhe looked at Zheng Qian and smiled apologetically. Drive Zheng, that annoying guy has been driven away by me. You can treat my daughter quickly. Zheng Qian nodded with satisfaction, then poured the powder in his hand into Jiang Lingshan's mouth and asked his apprentice to feed her water. My medicine will take effect soon, and your daughter will soon have a fever and wake up from her coma. Wang Chunhe looked at Zheng Qian with gratitude. Drive Zheng, your great kindness will never be forgotten by our Jiang family. Zheng Qian waved his hand. This is nothing. Several people looked at Jiang Lingshan together. They saw that the heat radiating from her body did begin to dissipate, and her body began to return to normal. Seeing this, Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that although Dr. Zheng's fee was a bit expensive, his medical skills were indeed excellent. He waited expectantly for his daughter to wake up. However, at this moment, Jiang Lingshan's body temperature, which had originally dropped, suddenly rose again, and it was even more frightening than before. Jiang Lingshan also showed a painful look on her face. Her body began to spasm, and she shouted with difficulty, I feel so uncomfortable. Jiang He and Wang Chunhe were both shocked by this change, and hurried to the bed. Jiang He reached out and touched Jiang Lingshan's forehead, but he retracted his hand because of the burn. Shanshan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Jiang Lingshan said painfully, I feel like my internal organs are burning, so uncomfortable. I can't stand it anymore. Wang Chunhe quickly said to Zheng Qian, drive Zheng, what's going on? Look at my daughter. Zheng Qian was also dumbfounded at this moment. According to his judgment, Jiang Lingshan should be fine after drinking his medicine, but why did she suddenly become like this now? I don't know what's wrong with her. I've never seen her in this situation. Wang Chunhe was desperate in an instant, pointing at Zheng Qian's nose and cursing, you quack, you killed my daughter. She looked at Jiang Lingshan who was suffering on the bed with a distressed face, and said to Jiang He, think of a way quickly. If this goes on, my daughter will not be able to make it. Jiang He was also impatient, but if he had a way, he would not have thought of asking Zheng Qian to come over. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Lu Chuan said. If your daughter drinks this medicine, she will only have 1 hour to live. What Dr. Lu said is true. He is the one who can save our daughter. Jiang He was excited. Quick, come with me to ask Dr. Lu to come back. Our daughter only has 1 hour to live. Only Dr. Lu can save her. Wang Chunhe was full of regret and cried, but, I drove Dr. Lu away. He must be mad at me. Will he still save our daughter? Jiang He shouted, whether he is willing or not, I have only one way to ask him now. Come with me quickly. We don't have time. Then the two of them ran out quickly, praying in their hearts that Lu Chuan had not gone far. But as soon as the two of them walked out of the door, they stopped. Because Lu Chuan was leaning on the stone lion at the door, basking in the sun leisurely, and he didn't leave at all. Seeing this, Jiang He was more convinced that Lu Chuan had a way to save his daughter. He said respectfully, drive Lu, we were blind and wrongly blamed you. Please forgive us for our stupidity. Please save my daughter. Wang Chunhe also apologized and said, drive Lu, this is all my fault. I drove you out without knowing the truth. I'm a fool and I have no brains. I apologize to you. Please forgive me and save my daughter's life. Lu Chuan sat up and looked down at the two of them. Then he pointed at Wang Chunhe and said to Jiang He, slap her 3 times. Jiang He was stunned, but he reacted quickly. Although he was reluctant, he had to do it to make Lu Chuan calm down. He turned to Wang Chunhe, raised his hand, and slapped her 3 times without mercy. Pa pa pa. Wang Chunhe's face was swollen, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Lu Chuan looked at Wang Chunhe and asked, are you convinced? Wang Chunhe covered her face, and forced an ugly smile. Yes, I'm convinced. As long as Dr. Lu can calm down, it's okay to slap me 10 more times. Lu Chuan jumped down from the stone lion. Let's go and see your daughter's condition. Jiang He and Wang Chunhe looked at each other, both excited, and hurriedly followed Lu Chuan inside. Lu Chuan came to the middle of the room and saw Zheng Kan was trying desperately to find a solution, but he obviously had no idea at all, so he kicked him to the side. He glanced at Jiang Lingshan, who was groaning in pain on the bed, reached out to feel the other's body temperature, and then pressed a few acupuncture points on her body. Jiang Lingshan calmed down instantly and lay on the bed motionless. Then Lu Chuan took out the silver needle and began to give Jiang Lingshan acupuncture with a mysterious technique. Jiang He and Wang Chunhe were extremely impressed to see that Lu Chuan had controlled Jiang Lingshan's condition so quickly. At the same time, they began to reflect on their mistakes of judging people by appearance, thinking that when Lu Chuan cured their daughter, they must make amends to him. Zheng Kan's eyes were full of disbelief, and he murmured, how is this possible? I have been practicing medicine for many years, and have so much experience, but I still don't know where to start. How can he calm people down as soon as he comes? Lu Chuan gave Jiang Lingshan acupuncture for a long time, and cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. After confirming that the time was right, Lu Chuan's eyes fell on Jiang Lingshan's chest, which was only covered with a few layers of gauze, and he said lightly, "Excuse me." Then he slapped it with a palm. Jiang Lingshan's body trembled, and then she spit out a piece of fiery red jade. Lu Chuan grabbed the jade in his hand. There was a lot of mucus on it, and the scalding temperature made him a little uncomfortable. It is indeed the fire spirit jade. He wrapped the jade in some paper and placed it on the table. He then wiped his hands and looked at Jiang Lingshan, whose body temperature had returned to normal, with a puzzled look on his face. But how did this thing get into her body? Chapter 96 for the Jiang Lingshan. Jiang He and Wang Chunhe were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Chuan actually took out a piece of jade from Jiang Lingshan's body. They hurried to the bedside and stared at Jiang Lingshan. They were relieved to see that her body temperature had returned to normal and her complexion had improved a lot. Jiang He asked, "Dr. Lu, my daughter is okay?" Lu Chuan nodded. "You ask someone to get her some nourishing food to eat, and she will be fine after recovering." Wang Chunhe looked incredulous and asked, "Dr. Lu, my daughter's whole body is hot, and she is unconscious. Is it because of the stone just now?" "Yes." Lu Chuan took away the paper wrapped in the fire spirit jade. "This thing is called fire spirit jade. It is a rare jade. Its temperature is much higher than that of ordinary jade. After processing, it can be worn close to the body. It has the effect of dispelling cold and nourishing the body. But if this thing enters the human body, it will increase the body's temperature and make the person unconscious, which is extremely harmful to the body." Wang Chunhe asked again, "Then how did this jade get into my daughter's body?" Lu Chuan said, "I want to know this question too." At this time, Jiang Lingshan slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, "Mom, I'm so hungry." Wang Chunhe was so excited when she saw Jiang Lingshan wake up that she quickly leaned over and stroked her face. "My dear daughter, you finally woke up. Mom will ask them to make you something delicious." Then she turned around and asked someone to make food. Jiang He asked about Jiang Lingshan's condition and confirmed that she was indeed fine. The stone in his heart fell completely. He expressed his gratitude to Lu Chuan with gratitude and did not feel ashamed for doubting Lu Chuan's ability before. Zheng Kan came to Jiang He with a licking face and said, "Boss Jiang, although I failed to cure your daughter this time, I have no credit but hard work. You should give me some hard work fee, right? I don't want much, 100,000 yuan will do." Jiang He's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Zheng Kan as if he wanted to eat him, and roared, "Get out before I get angry, otherwise I will make sure that there will be no Zheng Kan in Jianhe City anymore." Zheng Kan was frightened and trembled. He didn't dare to ask for any hard work fee anymore, and quickly took his two apprentices and ran away. Wang Chunhe asked someone to prepare delicious food and feed it to Jiang Lingshan. Jiang Lingshan's face soon returned to rosy, and she had strength, no longer as weak as before. Lu Chuan walked up to Jiang Lingshan with curiosity, holding the fire jade and asked, "Do you know this thing?" Jiang Lingshan took a look and said, "This is a gift from my friend." Jiang He was puzzled. "Then why did this thing get into your body?" Jiang Lingshan blushed and said shyly, "I have symptoms of cold hands and feet, and this fire jade has improved my situation very well. so I usually wear it close to my body when I eat and sleep, and then that night I dreamed that I was eating jelly. Maybe I accidentally mistook this jade for jelly and ate it into my stomach. Jiang He and Wang Chunhe were immediately at a loss for words. They never thought that the jade that almost took their daughter's life was eaten in this way. You are really a little foodie. You can't forget to eat even in your dreams. This place really scared us enough, Wang Chunhe said with a face full of blame. Jiang Lingshan silently covered her face with the quilt to ease the embarrassment. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that this was a misunderstanding caused by dreaming about eating delicious food. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Lu Chuan solemnly, and said, "Divine Dr. Lu, you saved my daughter's life, so I won't say any polite words. Whatever you want in return, as long as my Jiang family can afford it, I will never hesitate." Lu Chuan thought to himself that I was waiting for you to say this, and then said with a smile, "Master Jiang, you don't have to be so polite. I came here this time to actually want an invitation to the auction." Jiang He was stunned. "Invitation?" Lu Chuan said, "Yes, it's the invitation to the auction that will be held soon." Jiang He was surprised. "Just an invitation, nothing else?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "An invitation is enough." Jiang He was so moved that he almost cried and said, "Divine Dr. Lu, why don't you ask for something else? My daughter's life is priceless in my eyes, but you only want an invitation. I will feel bad about this." Lu Chuan laughed. "Master Jiang, you don't have to be like this. I really just want an invitation." Jiang He pondered for a while and said, "Okay, since Dr. Lu said so, I won't be hypocritical, but I promise you, Dr. Lu, that you will be the most distinguished guest of my Jiang family from now on. No matter what trouble you encounter in the future, just ask, and I, Jiang He, will never refuse." Lu Chuan nodded slightly and said nothing more. Jiang He said, "The invitations to the auction are all in the company. I will take Dr. Lu to get them now." The two left the room together, and Jiang He drove Lu Chuan to the company. On the way, Lu Chuan asked, "Master Jiang, is Jiang's group an industry under your name?" Jiang He smiled and nodded. "Yes, my main business is running a bank, but I have also done some business over the years, so I established a group. The company is still a little famous in Xianhe, but it seems very ordinary in Jiangbi." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Master Jiang is modest. No wonder the lion at the door of your house is so big. It turns out to be a bank." He also understood why Jiang He could be one of the organizers of this auction. When it comes to wealth, who can compare with a bank owner? Not long after, the two came to a towering building. Jiang He took Lu Chuan to the first floor of the building and arranged for his secretary to entertain Lu Chuan in the lounge area while he went upstairs to get the invitation. "Drive Lu, drink some coffee here first. Let Xiao Chen chat with you. I will get the invitation down soon." The secretary named Xiao Chen had fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, deep and seductive career line, and a uniform with black stockings, which made her look pure and lustful and fascinating. She had never seen Jiang He treat anyone so politely, so she immediately judged that this seemingly ordinary young man was not simple. Therefore, she immediately used her experience in the workplace, sat down next to Lu Chuan, and made tea for him personally. "Mr. Lu, this Baluachan is usually drunk by our chairman, and is rarely used to entertain guests. I will make an exception today, and make a pot for you." Lu Chuan smiled, and thought to himself that this woman was really scary. Her every frown and smile was so seductive. If it weren't for my strong willpower, I would have been seduced by her. After Xiao Chen finished making tea, she took the initiative to chat with Lu Chuan. From time to time, she would bend over to Lu Chuan to get something, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan couldn't see her cleavage clearly. Lu Chuan was itching to get rid of this woman quickly, otherwise with his limited skills, he might not know what happened, even if he was eaten. At the same time, he also felt a sense of emotion in his heart. Sure enough, only those who are powerful and rich can be considered to be truly alive. In the past, he would never have the opportunity to be treated like this. At this time, his eyes fell on the door of an office not far away. Jiang King, Zhang Tao and several other companions were standing there waiting. Lu Chuan immediately stood up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw and said, Xiao Chen, you go ahead and do your work. I have a few friends over there. I'll go over and take a look. Then he quickly walked towards Jiang and the others. Xiao Chen's face was immediately full of disappointment, but he didn't know what to say. He could only go and do his own thing. Lu Chuan came to Jiang and said, Jiang, what a coincidence. Jiang was surprised, and her eyes widened. Lu Chuan, why are you here? Lu Chuan said, I came here to get something, and happened to see you here. How did your work go? Zhang Tao on the side immediately said proudly, my cousin has already helped them to go through the formalities. From today on, they are all members of the Jiang group. Lu Chuan immediately congratulated and said, that's really congratulations. Jiang said happily, to celebrate, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Lu Chuan, you can come too. Lu Chuan was about to refuse when the office door opened. A man in a suit, with slicked back hair, and a bit of a ruffian look came out. It was Zhang Tao's cousin, Liu Kun. Zhang Tao quickly stepped forward and asked, cousin, how is it going? Have you completed the entry procedures? Liu Kun glanced at him, turned his head to look at Jiang and the others, and said, your entry approval has not been passed. The few people who were originally happy were stunned for a moment. Zhang Tao was also puzzled, and asked quickly, cousin, didn't we agree before? You said that there would be absolutely no problem for them to join Jiang's group. Why can't they get approved now? Liu Kun glared at Zhang Tao and cursed, damn it, are you questioning me? Zhang Tao immediately shrank his neck, no, cousin, don't get me wrong, I'm just asking. Liu Kun snorted coldly, looked at Jiang and the others, and said, the reason given by the higher-ups is that the company's recruitment quota is enough, and there are no positions for them now. Jiang looked disappointed and said, that's really unfortunate, but I still trouble you, cousin. Liu Kun's eyes swept over Jiang, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and then said, but, I'm not the hour manager for nothing. I can smooth over the relationship and still have hope of getting you into the company. The eyes of several people lit up. Thank you so much, cousin. Several people expressed their gratitude. Liu Kun said, it's just that it costs a lot for me to smooth the relationship. I can't be a good person and help you for free, right? Several people immediately understood what Liu Kun meant. After looking at each other, one of them said, cousin, you tell us a number. As long as we can afford it, we will definitely give it to you. Liu Kun sneered, I'm not short of money, and I don't care about your few cents. His eyes fell on Jiang, and he reached out and lifted her chin. I've been feeling very irritated recently, and I need to vent it out. I think you're good looking and a smart girl. If you're willing to accompany me for 2 days, I'll do you this favor for free. How about it? Chapter 97. Is she familiar with you? Jiang's face changed, and she quickly opened Liu Kun's hand and stepped back a few steps. Cousin, you don't do this. I'm not that kind of person. Liu Kun immediately cursed. Kaonima, you come out to the workplace. You don't even have this kind of awareness. You still want to find a good job. Do you know how many people line up to beg to sleep with me? But I don't care. Jiang's face was full of grievances, clenched his fists and didn't speak. Zhang Tao didn't expect his cousin to make such a request and quickly tried to smooth things over and said, cousin, actually I didn't tell you that Jiang is my girlfriend. For my sake, don't embarrass him. Liu Kun snorted coldly, stop pretending here. Even if she is my girlfriend, she has to sleep with me before she can enter the Jiang group. Otherwise you can get out of here now. Zhang Tao's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He never thought that Liu Kun would not give him any face. But due to Liu Kun's status and position, he didn't dare to say anything more. Everyone, I'm really sorry. Since my cousin can't help, we can only go. Zhang Tao turned to look at Jiang and the others, and said dejectedly. Several people were disappointed. The gap in their hearts in a short period of time made them very uncomfortable. At this time, a man stood up and said to Jiang, Jiang, why don't you go and accompany your cousin? This is actually a good thing for you. Besides, we finally got such an opportunity. You can't watch us miss it, right? Another person immediately agreed. Yes, Jiang, it's your honor that your cousin likes you. What's wrong with you sleeping with him? Otherwise, we will all have to follow you and starve. Can you bear it? Jiang Qing's eyes immediately widened, and he looked at his friends in disbelief. You. Zhang Tao said indignantly, what are you talking about? Is Jiang Qing going to sacrifice herself for you? Liu Kun pushed Zhang Tao away, and said with a smile, get out of my way. I think what they said makes sense. He stared at Jiang Qing with his eyes squinting, and said, people die for money, birds die for food. Being my woman will only benefit you, and there will be no harm. As long as you are willing to sleep with me, not only can you both join the Jiang group, but I can also let you be my assistant directly. With my protection, you will enjoy wealth and glory. How about it? After that, he went to hold Jiang Qing's hand. Jiang Qing quickly dodged and said angrily, not everyone will sell themselves for money. Don't think too highly of yourself. She turned her head to look at her friends and said angrily, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of people. Liu Kun's face was gloomy in an instant, and then he raised his hand and slapped Jiang Qing's face. Kaonima, you are shameless. Do you really think you are a rare thing? Jiang Qing was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes. She thought that Liu Kun's slap would definitely swell her face, but she waited for several seconds and didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes and found that Lu Chuan had stood in front of her and grabbed Liu Kun's wrist with one hand. Liu Kun glared at Lu Chuan and cursed, where the hell did you come from? You dare to meddle in my business? Lu Chuan said calmly, you abused your power and used your position to threaten others to sleep with you. Does your boss know about this? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Liu Kun immediately pulled his hand back and punched Lu Chuan in the face. Lu Chuan easily dodged and kicked Liu Kun in the stomach. Liu Kun sat on the ground, holding his stomach and wailing. Zhang Tao on the side suddenly became anxious and looked at Lu Chuan and said, you, how could you hit him? Isn't this a mess? Lu Chuan said calmly, he hit me first. I was defending myself. What's the problem? Zhang Tao said, but he is a member of the management of Jiang Group. You hit him. Aren't you looking for death? Several friends behind Jiang Qing took the opportunity to blame Lu Chuan, hoping to get closer to Liu Kun in this way, so that they could ask Liu Kun to let them come to work at Jiang Group. Liu Kun stood up from the ground despite the pain, and angrily said to Lu Chuan, fuck you, you dare to kick me. Don't think about this matter anymore. Security. Come here quickly. A team of security guards standing at the door rushed over immediately. Hold this fool who doesn't know how to live or die. I'm going to beat him to death. Liu Kun pointed at Lu Chuan and said hysterically. A group of security guards immediately surrounded Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Zhang Tao quickly grabbed Jiang Qing and hid to the side and said to Lu Chuan, no one can save you now. Why are you so impulsive? Jiang Qing broke free from Zhang Tao's hand, stopped in front of Lu Chuan, and shouted, this matter has nothing to do with him. I agree to your conditions. Liu Kun sneered, it's too late to agree now. If I don't teach him a lesson today, he won't know what he is doing. Hurry up and don't be polite to him. A group of security guards were about to take action immediately. Get back. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. Jiang He walked over here with a gloomy face. A group of security guards saw that it was the boss coming, and they were so scared that they quickly retreated to the back and lined up respectfully. Liu Kun wanted to curse who came over to meddle in other people's business, but when he saw Jiang He's figure, he was so scared that his soul was scared to death. He didn't care about the pain in his stomach and hurried over to nod and bowed. Chairman, why are you here? Jiang He stared at Liu Kun, slapped him in the face, and shouted, if I don't come again, you will beat my guest. Then he walked up to Lu Chuan and asked with concern, Drive Lu, are you okay? Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect that the chairman of Jiang Group would be so polite to Lu Chuan. Jiang Qing's two big eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhang Tao was dumbfounded and couldn't understand why the chairman of Jiang Group would be so polite to such an ordinary guy. When Liu Kun heard the tone of Jiang He's words to Lu Chuan, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, oh no, I've made a big mess. Lu Chuan waved his hand at Jiang He and said, I'm fine. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Dr. Lu, this is all my fault. I scared you, but please tell me what happened. Lu Chuan recounted the whole story. The more Jiang He listened, the gloomier his face became, and he looked at Liu Kun with murderous eyes. Liu Kun was so scared that his legs went limp. He said tremblingly, "Chairman, I really didn't know he was your guest. I know I was wrong. I apologize now. Please give me a chance." After that, he knelt down in front of Lu Chuan with a plop, kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Brother, I didn't recognize the great man. Please don't treat me like an idiot. Please forgive me." Jiang He kicked him and cursed, "Even if he is not my guest, can you treat others like this? You are embarrassing my Jiang group. You are fired. Get out of my company now. Don't let me see you again." Liu Kun was so anxious that he almost cried. "Chairman, please give me a chance. I can't live without this job." Jiang He didn't want to waste time and directly signaled the security guard to throw Liu Kun out. Seeing Liu Kun being thrown out of the building, Jiang King's friends were full of regret. Jiang He's eyes fell on Jiang King, and he said politely, "Ms. Jiang, your conditions are in line with the talent standards our company needs, and with the relationship with Dr. Lu, I believe you will not disappoint us. I will arrange for you to join the company, and you don't have to go through the internship period. You can become a formal member of our Jiang group today." Jiang King felt like she was dreaming and opened her mouth in disbelief. After a while, she mechanically said, Thank you." Jiang King's friends all showed envy on their faces. One of them walked up and tried to get close to her. "Jiang King, Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the man and said coldly, "Is she familiar with you?" The man was choked back immediately when he was about to say something, and he didn't dare to say anything else, and left here in disgrace. Seeing this, the rest of the people could only leave dejectedly. Jiang He took out an invitation letter and handed it to Lu Chuan. "Drive Lu, this is the invitation letter for the auction. If it's not enough, ask me for it." Lu Chuan took it and said, "Thank you, Master Lu." Then he turned his head to look at Jiang King and said with a smile, "I helped you so much, won't you treat me to dinner tonight?" Jiang King came back to her senses and said quickly, "Please, I will. You can eat anything you want." Lu Chuan laughed. "Then let's eat the spicy hot pot that we loved to eat when we were in school." At the same time, Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Xiaoi was looking for something in front of the bookshelf. At this time, Munan King came over and asked, "Xiaoi, what are you doing?" Xiaoi was obviously a little flustered, but she quickly forced a smile and said, "I have studied the prescription that Brother Lu Chuan taught me, so I came to see if there are any other prescriptions for me to learn." Munan King smiled and said, "You are really a girl who loves to study. Let me find it for you." Xiaoi rolled her eyes and said, "Sister Nanking, the best-selling products in our clinic are Pio and Dan, Yankee Dan and Beiji Dan. Can you show me the prescriptions of these 3 pills? Let me broaden my horizons." Munan King thought for a while and said, "It's not that I can't show you, but the prescriptions of these 3 pills are the top secrets of our Xuanhu Medical Clinic. I'll show you, and you must not leak it out." Xiaoi's eyes curved into crescents, and the whole person looked innocent, and said, "Don't worry, Sister Nanking, I just want to study it, and I will never tell anyone else." Munan King nodded. "Then wait here for a while, I'll go get you the prescriptions for these 3 kinds of pills." Xiaoi's face was full of joy. After watching Munan King leave, a barely perceptible cunning flashed in her eyes. Chapter 98 Auction. There are still a few days before the auction starts. After Lu Chuan got the invitation letter, he didn't think about going back to Yuncheng first, but planned to go back after the auction was over. After Jiang He learned about this, he enthusiastically arranged a 5-star hotel for Lu Chuan and asked Lu Chuan to ask for any needs. Lu Chuan didn't say anything polite to Jiang He. After all, it was very nice to have someone help him with food and accommodation when he was away from home. During this period, Jiang Lingshan also came to thank Lu Chuan and invited Lu Chuan to have a few meals. I don't know if Jiang He intended to match them up. He often helped the 2 of them buy tickets to amusement parks or scenic spots and let the 2 go out to play. He called it entertaining Lu Chuan and would tell Jiang Lingshan to take good care of Lu Chuan. Through several contacts, Lu Chuan also understood Jiang Lingshan's gentle and elegant personality. Playing with such a girl makes people feel happy, so he never refused the activities arranged by Jiang He. Of course, even a goddess like Jiang Lingshan will slowly show her human side after a long contact. She is an out and out foodie. Even Lu Chuan was impressed by her mindset of thinking about food, no matter what she did. Time passed quickly, and the day of the auction arrived in a blink of an eye. Accompanied by Jiang Lingshan, Lu Chuan came to the auction venue. At this time, there were already quite a few people sitting in the venue. Those who were qualified to come here were all top figures in Xianhai City. The atmosphere of the entire venue made Lu Chuan feel different. The two sat in the front row. Many people started to discuss curiously. Who is that boy? How come I have never seen this person in Xianhai City, and he actually sat in the first row? Didn't you see that he was accompanied by the eldest daughter of the Jiang family? He must be a lucky phoenix man. TSK, to be able to get close to the Jiang family. It seems that this boy is not simple. Not long after, a host walked in front of the crowd, the spotlight fell, and the auction officially began. Welcome everyone to this auction. I'm sure you all know that all the items in our auction are treasures. No matter which one you win, it will be worth the money. Let's not talk too much. Let our etiquette lady bring up the first item. A sexy beauty with a hot body and revealing clothes came up with a small cart with a box on it. The host opened the box and found a piece of strange jade inside. This item is called glass jadeite. It was discovered by explorers in an extremely cold place. This stone is rare in the world. It contains a strange power that can delay people's aging. The host talked about it non-stop and soon aroused everyone's interest. The starting price of all items in the auction was uniformly set at 500,000, and the minimum bid for each bid was 500,000. Looking at the people present raising their cards expressionlessly to bid, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these rich people really don't treat money as money. Soon, the host successfully auctioned off 4 items. Lu Chuan's goal this time was only the 100-year-old medicinal materials, so he was not interested in other things and waited patiently. Not long after, the 5th lot was brought up. There was only a palm-sized box with a black pill inside. Lu Chuan was slightly stunned when he saw the pill, because the pill looked a little familiar. The host introduced everyone. The next lot is a magical pill. It is no exaggeration to say that it has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. This pill is called Beiji pill, which can solve any kind of poison in the world. Even if you have taken poison and only have one last breath left, this pill can save you. The starting price of this pill is also 500,000. Let's start the auction. When Lu Chuan heard the host's words, he was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. There are actually people who come to the auction to sell Beiji pills. It seems that the 3 pills he launched are really recognized by the general public. Seeing Lu Chuan laughing, Jiang Lingshan was a little confused and asked, Divine Dr. Lu, what are you laughing at? Lu Chuan restrained his smile. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. Jiang Lingshan said seriously, Divine Dr. Lu, I know you are a divine doctor with great medical skills, so you may not think highly of this Beiji pill, but this pill has been circulating in the upper class of our Xianhai city for a while, and its effect is really, as the host said, very powerful. You must not underestimate this pill. Now this pill is hard to find, otherwise it would not appear at the auction. By the way, this Beiji pill seems to have come from your Yunsheng. Lu Chuan was even happier, thinking that this pill was made by me. Don't I know how effective it is? I didn't underestimate this pill. I believe that the person who made this pill must be very powerful, not an ordinary person. Lu Chuan said shamelessly. Jiang Lingshan nodded in agreement. I think so too. At this time, people began to bid. Not long after, someone had already bid up to 3 million. Normally, the value of Beiji pill is at most 500,000 or 600,000 yuan per pill, but because Zhuanhu Medical Clinic has only recently launched this pill, it has not yet been widely circulated in Xianhai City, so selling it for 3 million yuan at the auction is already a very high price. After all, no matter how powerful the pill is, once the price exceeds its own value by many times, not many people will be willing to buy it. So Lu Chuan felt that 3 million yuan should be the highest price that Beiji pill can be sold for. Everyone present fell silent after hearing someone bid 3 million yuan. Just when the host was about to drop the hammer, a tall, indifferent young man raised his sign. 5 million. Everyone exclaimed. Lu Chuan looked at the young man and asked Jiang Lingshan curiously, "Who is that?" Jiang Lingshan explained, "That man is Wu Xiu, the son of Wu Wei, the top master in Xianhei. He is a martial arts genius. He is already a 3rd grade master at a young age. His father is an 8th grade master. He has basically no rivals in Xianhei city." Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "He is really rich. He is willing to spend 5 million to buy a pill." Jiang Lingshan said, "Maybe this kind of pill is more important to those who practice martial arts." Lu Chuan nodded and said nothing more. After a few more items were auctioned, the etiquette lady brought up a brocade box. The host opened the brocade box, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire venue. Lu Chuan was refreshed and excited. "Everyone, this is a ginseng that has grown for 100 years. The host introduced in detail the efficacy and function of this 100-year-old ginseng, as well as what kind of value it has. Lu Chuan's eyes began to shine when he heard it. Compared with the 50-year-old medicinal materials, although the age has only doubled, the difference in medicinal effects between the 100-year-old medicinal materials is simply a world of difference. Lu Chuan felt that, if he ate this 100-year-old ginseng, he would not only be able to break through immediately, but he might even be able to break through to the 9th level of key training. This is why, although 50-year-old medicinal materials are rare, they can still be bought in some Chinese medicine stores, while 100-year-old medicinal materials can only be seen at auctions. Many people present also showed their envy for this 100-year-old ginseng, and began to be eager to try. After the host introduced it, he announced the start of the auction. Immediately, more than a dozen people raised their signs. The price of this 100-year-old ginseng was raised to the level of 6 million. Lu Chuan was determined to get this ginseng. He didn't want to waste time, so he raised the sign in his hand and shouted, "I'll pay 10 million. The whole audience fell silent instantly. Many people who originally wanted to continue to raise the price suddenly put away their signs silently. This guy's bid is too high. It really scared me. It seems that this person is determined to get this 100-year-old ginseng. 10 million is not expensive to buy a 100-year-old ginseng. You can continue to bid later." 10 million. "Is there anyone else bidding?" the host asked. Although more than half of the competitors have been reduced, there are still a few people holding up their signs. Seeing this, Lu Chuan raised his sign again and shouted, 15 million. Now those who were originally planning to compete immediately gave up the idea. Although 100-year-old ginseng is rare, 15 million is already a huge premium. It is not worthwhile to continue competing. Everyone present is smart. Even if they have the capital to compete for this 100-year-old ginseng, they will not do a deal that exceeds their budget. 15 million. Is there anyone else bidding? The host asked again. The whole audience was silent. Just as the host was about to raise the hammer and let it fall, a cold voice sounded, "I'll offer 20 million. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. The person who bid the price was Wu Xiu, who had previously bid for Beiji Dan. Lu Chuan frowned and looked towards Wu Xiu. Wu Xiu also looked at Lu Chuan with a contemptuous smile on his face. His arrogant eyes seemed to say, "Boy, you are not qualified to compete with me. You'd better know your place. It's not good for you to make me unhappy." The host was excited and said, "Master Wu bid 20 million. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price?" Then he looked at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, raised his hand and shouted, 21 million. Wu Wen's cold eyes showed a bit of chill, and he said to Lu Chuan loudly, "Boy, this 100-year-old ginseng is very important to me. If you know what's good for you, just sit still. I, Wu Xiu, will remember a favor for you. You don't want to make me and my father angry, right? 22 million. Hearing this threat, Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Sorry, whether you and your father are angry or not has nothing to do with me. This 100-year-old ginseng is also very important to me. I will not give up." Jiang Lingshan's expression became anxious, and she pulled Lu Chuan and said, "Dr. Lu, the people of the Wu family are not easy to mess with, and his father is an 8th grade master. If they are really angry, it will be no small matter." Lu Chuan said, "I know my limits. You don't have to worry too much." Then he raised the sign in his hand and shouted loudly, 30 million. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 99. Is the third rank Grandmaster very powerful? The whole venue was in uproar. Everyone looked at Luchuan in disbelief, shocked by the price he called out. He actually raised the price to 30 million directly. This guy's really ruthless. 30 million to buy a 100-year-old ginseng. This loss is a bit too much. Doesn't he feel bad? The price is not a big deal. The most important thing is that he has completely offended the Wu family by calling out such a price. Wu Wei is not someone who is easy to mess with. When Wu Xiu heard Luchuan directly bid 30 million, he was instantly furious. The momentum of the third grade master burst out. He stood up and slapped the chair behind him into pieces with one palm. Are you looking for death? Obviously, the price of 30 million has exceeded the limit he can accept. Everyone was trembling with fear from Wu Xiu and quickly hid to the side to avoid being accidentally injured. Luchuan sneered and said loudly, "This is an auction, not a place to compete for who has a bad temper. If you really don't agree, then keep bidding up. If you can't afford it, shut up as soon as possible and don't embarrass yourself here." Wu Xiu was so angry that he almost continued to bid. But 25 million was already his limit, not to mention that he had to continue to bid on the basis of 30 million. No matter how powerful his father was, he would definitely not be willing to spend more than 30 million to buy a ginseng. He squinted his eyes and stared at Luchuan, gritting his teeth and said, "Just wait, I will let you know what will happen if you anger me, Wu Xiu." Luchuan couldn't help laughing and said, "If you don't have money, sit down quickly and don't waste everyone's time here." Many people covered their mouths and laughed. Wu Xiu's expression froze. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. "You bastard, I must kill you." Wu Xiu tried to suppress his anger and tried to sit down, but he found that his seat had been smashed into pieces by him. He became even more angry and simply turned around and left the venue. Luchuan curled his lips and muttered, "With such a small tolerance, he still dares to show off in such an occasion. It's really shameful." Jiang Lingshan, who was standing by, sighed repeatedly, with a little more worry between her brows. "Divine Dr. Lu, you shouldn't have such a conflict with him." Luchuan smiled and said, "He just asked for it. Besides, I auctioned it with money in an upright manner. What's wrong with that?" Jiang Lingshan said helplessly, "There's nothing wrong with that, but Wu Xiu has always been arrogant and domineering, and his father is very protective of his shortcomings. If you make a grudge with him this time, I'm afraid." Luchuan said calmly, "I didn't do anything wrong, and there's no need to worry about any consequences. If I back down because of the other party's arrogance, then this society would have been in chaos long ago." Jiang Lingshan couldn't refute it for a while, so she had to shut up. The host asked several times if anyone else wanted to bid. In the silence of the whole place, the 100-year-old ginseng finally fell into Luchuan's hands. Because the purpose of participating in the auction had been achieved, Luchuan had no interest in the subsequent auction items. After getting the 100-year-old ginseng, he and Jiang Lingshan left the venue and walked outside. Looking at the 100-year-old ginseng lying in the brocade box, Luchuan was excited and distressed. "A 100-year-old ginseng cost me 30 million. My path of cultivation is simply a road of burning money. It seems that I still have to find a way to make more money in the future, otherwise I can't even afford the medicinal materials." The two came outside, and just after a few steps, a figure blocked them. Jiang Lingshan looked up and found that the person blocking the way was Wu Xiu, and a panic suddenly appeared on her face. "You, what are you going to do?" Wu Xiu's gaze fell on Luchuan and sneered, "Of course, I'm going to settle the score with this ignorant guy." Luchuan stared at Wu Xiu and said lightly, "Why, you can't afford to buy this 100-year-old ginseng, so you plan to rob it instead?" Wu Xiu's face turned cold and he shouted, "Do you really think I want this broken ginseng? It's just a medicinal herb. I can have as much as I want. I came to you because I want you to know that my face, Wu Xiu, is not something that anyone can step on. You made me lose face at the auction that time. Now kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I won't bother with you about this matter. Otherwise, I will let you know how our Wu family treats people." As he said that, he released the aura of a 3rd grade master to intimidate Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Jiang Lingshan on the side frowned and said, "Wu Xiu, it's true that your father is the best master in Xianhei City, but don't think that you can do whatever you want in Xianhei City. Dr. Lu is a distinguished guest of my Jiang family. If you want to touch him, you have to ask our Jiang family for consent first." Wu Xiu snorted coldly, "This is a personal grudge between him and me. You'd better not meddle in other people's business here. And you'd better understand that it doesn't take my father to show up to deal with trash like him. I can beat him to a pulp by myself." Jiang Lingshan gritted her teeth, opened her hands to protect Lu Chuan, and said, "I don't care. Anyway, if you want to touch him, you have to get through me first." Wu Xiu frowned, stared at Lu Chuan and said, "You only know how to hide behind a woman. Don't you even have the courage to face me?" Lu Chuan curled his lips and pulled Jiang Lingshan behind him. "Let me deal with him. If he doesn't suffer a little, he won't give up." Wu Xiu laughed. "You want me to suffer? You must be crazy. I'm a famous martial arts genius in Xianhei City, a 3rd grade master. What can you do to make me suffer?" Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, "Is a 3rd grade master very powerful?" Wu Xiu's face darkened. "You'll know whether I'm powerful or not soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Lu Chuan in the face. The wind was howling, and the sense of oppression came over her. Jiang Lingshan even felt that she was a little breathless. If that punch hit her, it would most likely take her life. She was anxious, but at this moment she had no way to stop Wu Xiu, and could only watch Wu Xiu's fist hit Lu Chuan. Just when Wu Xiu's fist was about to reach Lu Chuan's face, Lu Chuan raised his hand lightly and grabbed Wu Xiu's fist, easily removing the force from it, so that Wu Xiu couldn't move forward at all. Catch it?" Jiang Lingshan was shocked, her mouth opened wide. Wu Xiu didn't expect Lu Chuan to be able to catch his full strength punch, and his expression was shocked. He wanted to pull his hand back, but found that, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. "This guy's much stronger than me." Cold sweat instantly covered Wu Xiu's back. He stared at Lu Chuan in horror, and regretted it a little. "You used all your strength right at the beginning. It seems that you want to kill me with one punch? You are quite cruel. It seems that I can't explain it if I don't teach you a lesson." Lu Chuan said calmly, then twisted Wu Xiu's arm hard and punched Wu Xiu in the ribs with his other hand. Crack. Wu Xiu's ribs were broken, and he let out a pig-like wail. Lu Chuan did not stop and pressed Wu Xiu to the ground with a series of moves. When he stopped, Wu Xiu had been beaten beyond recognition, and several bones in his body were broken. Jiang Lingshan was standing aside with a look of disbelief on her face. "Wow, so amazing. Dr. Lu is actually a martial arts master. This..." Lu Chuan looked down at Wu Xiu and asked, "Do you still want me to kneel down and kowtow to you?" Wu Xiu looked at Lu Chuan in horror and begged for mercy. "No, I dare not. Big brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Lu Chuan patted the dust on his clothes. "Be more restrained in the future. Not everyone can spoil you like your father." After saying that, he turned to look at Jiang Lingshan and said, "Let's go." Jiang Lingshan nodded blankly and followed Lu Chuan away from here. Wu Xiu fell to the ground and wailed for a while, then gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone and made a call. "Dad, I was beaten to a cripple. Come and save me, and I will make sure that bastard dies without a burial place." Jiang's family. After Lu Chuan and Jiang Lingshan came back, Jiang Lingshan immediately told Jiang He what happened today. Jiang He was shocked after hearing this. He never expected that Lu Chuan, in addition to his excellent medical skills, also had such strong martial arts skills. He was simply a rare talent, a natural Vildoer. Lu Chuan is too good. If he can become my son-in-law, wouldn't our Jiang family be able to produce a great man that only appears once in a century? Wang Chunhua said with a face full of reverie. After being shocked, Jiang He frowned. He walked up to Lu Chuan and said seriously, "Lu Chuan, you should leave quickly. It's best to leave Jiangbei province and come back when you are strong enough." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Master Jiang, are you kidding? Ling Shan and I came back together. In fact, we want to stay here for one night. He planned to eat the 100-year-old ginseng tonight and try to break through. Jiang He said seriously, it's not that I want to drive you away, but Wu Wei is a person who protects his son. You beat his son seriously, he will definitely not give up. Maybe he will come to take revenge soon. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Lu Chuan thought about it and said, then I can't leave even more. Ling Shan spoke for me today. If I leave, Wu Wei will definitely vent his anger on your Jiang family. In this case, I might as well stay and solve this trouble completely. Jiang He said anxiously, you are confused. Wu Wei is an 8th grade master. This trouble can't be solved just by saying it will be solved. If you leave, you will have a chance to come back in the future. If you don't leave, it will be completely over. Lu Chuan showed a playful smile on his face and said, don't worry, Master Jiang, Wu Wei can't do anything to me. If it was before, he was indeed not the opponent of the 8th grade master, but now with the 100-year-old ginseng in his hand, he can break through at any time, and he doesn't need to be afraid of Wu Wei. Jiang He thought Lu Chuan must be crazy and wanted to persuade him again. Lu Chuan said, Master Jiang, since Wu Wei will come to my house at any time, I can't waste time. I need a quiet place to practice meditation. No one can disturb me. Your backyard is very suitable. I will borrow it temporarily. Please tell others not to disturb me. After saying that, he didn't give Jiang He a chance to speak and walked directly to the backyard. Jiang He was confused and thought to himself, it's already this time, you still want to practice meditation. Are you really not afraid of Wu Wei coming to take revenge? However, he didn't know what to say. He sighed helplessly as he watched Lu Chuan leave. Chapter 100 Almost. Lu Chuan came to the backyard, found a secluded corner, sat down cross-legged, and took out the 100-year-old ginseng in the brocade box. Feeling the great medicinal power contained in the ginseng, Lu Chuan became excited. Although refining this 100-year-old ginseng into a pill can better exert its efficacy, the auxiliary medicinal materials needed to refine the elixir with 100-year-old medicinal materials are also more precious, and the difficulty of refining will increase as the quality of the pill is improved. If you are not careful, it will fail. I only have this 100-year-old medicinal material, which can't withstand the tossing, so I'd better eat it raw. The power of 100-year-old medicinal materials is far from comparable to that of 50-year-old medicinal materials. Even if it is eaten raw, it is enough to help Lu Chuan break through. Lu Chuan did not hesitate, opened his mouth and bit towards the 100-year-old ginseng. In 3 or 5 bites, he had eaten the whole ginseng into his stomach. Soon, his limbs began to heat up, and the medicinal power of the 100-year-old ginseng had dispersed into his body. He immediately practiced the skills, began to breathe, and quickly absorbed the medicinal power of the 100-year-old ginseng. In the living room, Jiang He paced back and forth, looking extremely anxious. At this time, a servant ran over and said, Master, Dr. Lu sat cross-legged in the backyard and ate a ginseng, as if he was practicing. Jiang He frowned. What's the point of him practicing at this time? Does he think that, if he crams for the last minute, he can defeat Wu Wei, who has reached the 8th rank? Jiang Lingshan rolled her eyes and said, Dad, didn't you say before that the older the medicinal materials, the more helpful they are to warriors? Dr. Lu spent a lot of money to buy that 100-year-old ginseng, and now he has eaten it. Do you think he is planning to break through in the battle? Jiang He frowned even deeper. Although you said that you took care of Wu Xiu in just a few moves, and he is very powerful, at his age, no matter how talented he is, he can't reach the level of an 8th rank master. Even if he can break through now, he can never be Wu Wei's opponent. Wang Chunhua sighed and said, it's come to this point, there's no point in saying anything. Let's quickly think about how to deal with Wu Wei when he comes to us. Jiang He thought about it and made up his mind. Drive Lu has done a favor to our Jiang family. Now he has made enemies with the Wu family. It is time for us to repay the favor. If the Wu family really comes to our door, we must do our best to save Dr. Lu. Wang Chunhua hesitated, but Jiang He interrupted her directly. No buts. If it weren't for Dr. Lu, our daughter might have died, so we must not stand by and watch her die. Wang Chunhua was convinced, nodded and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Jiang Lingshan's eyes also showed a touch of determination. Although she didn't say anything, she had already made her attitude clear. At 8 o'clock in the evening, many masters have gathered in the living room of the Jiang family. They are all friends or worshippers of Jiang He, and each of them is strong. It's just that the atmosphere in the living room is a bit heavy at this time, because they already know that the person they have to deal with today is Wu Wei, who is known as the #1 master in Jiang He. An 8th rank master, no matter where he is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Moreover, the martial arts in Jianhe City are not as developed as those in Yangsheng, and an 8th rank master can already dominate here. Just when everyone was silent, a loud shout rang in everyone's ears like thunder. You bastard surnamed Lu. Get out of here. Everyone was nervous, and then they all stood up and walked towards the front yard. Jiang He walked in front, and as soon as he went out, he saw Wu Wei, who was furious. He was wearing a training suit, his hair was much whiter, his nose was hooked, and his eyes were gloomy. In his furious state, he gave people a terrifying feeling. Wu Xiu was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by several people. He looked a little miserable, but at this time his eyes were excited, as if it would not be long before he could get revenge. Wu Wei, your son was beaten like this. It was entirely his own fault, and it had nothing to do with Lu Chuan. You can't jump out and intervene just because your son can't beat him. Give me face and don't pursue this matter any further, Jiang He said. Wu Wei cursed. Bullshit. My son was beaten like this. If I don't stand up for him, won't everyone be able to bully my son in the future? Don't pretend to be a good guy here. Hand over that kid named Lu to me quickly, and I won't bother with your Jiang family. Otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Jiang He frowned and asked, do you really want to break up with my Jiang family? Wu Wei snorted coldly, your Jiang family does have some power in Jianhe City, but I'm a martial artist. If I don't avenge my son because of your obstruction, how can I have the face to be a father in the future? I'm going to say it here today, even if I have to break up with your Jiang family, I must avenge my son. Jiang He sighed, then you can ask my friends if they agree first. A group of masters immediately blocked Wu Wei. Wu Wei narrowed his eyes and spat on the ground. A bunch of scumbags want to stop me? What a joke. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. Everyone tried to stop him, but Wu Wei was an 8th grade master. Even if they were outnumbered, they were no match for Wu Wei. However, after more than a dozen moves, 3 or 4 people were lying on the ground. Seeing that Wu Wei's strength was too scary, everyone did not dare to rush forward for a while, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Wu Wei sneered, then walked to the person lying on the ground, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up from the ground. Tell me where that kid is, or I will break your neck now. The man's face turned red from being pinched, and he was about to die if he looked. Finally, he had to point his finger in the direction of the backyard. He is in the backyard. Wu Wei threw the man to the ground, turned around and walked towards the backyard, completely ignoring the others. Jiang He was so anxious that he jumped up and down and quickly shouted, Wu Wei, you can't go over there. Wu Wei ignored him at all. At this moment, he just wanted to kill Lu Chuan to vent his anger for his son. Wu Xiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair, smiled foolishly. My father is going to avenge me, and Lu Chuan, the bastard, is going to be in trouble. Quick, push me over there. I want to see this bastard being dealt with by my father with my own eyes. Several people immediately pushed Wu Xiu towards the backyard. Jiang He and others had no choice but to rush to the backyard. At this point, Lu Chuan can only pray for his own good fortune. Jiang He murmured in his heart. In the backyard, Lu Chuan was surrounded by rich spiritual energy, which was constantly injected into his body. His momentum has been raised by several levels, far from what it was before. Not long ago, he had successfully broken through to the 8th level of ki training. The medicinal effect of the 100-year-old ginseng has not been consumed yet. He is now impacting the 9th level of ki training, and has already stabilized his realm at the peak of the 8th level of ki training. He vaguely touched the threshold of the 9th level of ki training. According to speculation, relying on the medicinal power of the 100-year-old ginseng, He thought it would not be a big problem to break through to the 9th level of key training today. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan became excited. When he reached the 8th level of key training, he could suppress the martial arts master by 2 levels. No one below the 8th level would be his opponent. And once he broke through to the 9th level of key training, he would have enough confidence to face Long Hao. At this time, Wu Wei came over aggressively, cursing, "Little bastard, you are hiding here, come here and die." He did not hesitate, and flew directly to Lu Chuan and kicked him. Lu Chuan, who was still trying to seek a breakthrough, instantly sensed the crisis, frowned, and then forcibly withdrew from the breakthrough state, quickly dodged, and avoided Wu Wei's attack. Seeing this, Wu Wei continued to attack Lu Chuan. "I didn't expect you to be so good. I want to see how many moves you can take from me." Jiang He and others rushed over, and seeing that the two people had already started fighting, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Look at Wu Wei's look. He really wants to kill him. I'm afraid this kid won't last long. Everyone in Jianhe City knows that Wu Wei is not easy to mess with. He just messed with the son of this madman. How foolish. Wu Xiu's face was full of excitement. This kid is definitely not my father's opponent. He will soon be crippled by my father. When that time comes, I will make him live a life worse than death. Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, Lu Chuan was in anger. Once the breakthrough state is broken, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter again. He failed to successfully break through to the 9th level of key training with the help of this 100-year-old ginseng this time. The medicinal power remaining in his body is not enough to support him to break through again. He must find another 100-year-old ginseng, or something else with powerful energy, before he can try to break through again. This means that Wu Wei made Lu Chuan miss the best opportunity to break through. He could have broken through to the 9th level of key training in one go, but now he has to spend time looking for a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Chuan's eyes were full of anger, and he looked at Wu Wei with murderous intent, and he couldn't help but swear, "My grandma. Who the hell are you to interrupt my breakthrough?" Wu Wei said coldly, "Wu Xiu is my son, you beat him into a cripple, I'm here to avenge him." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wu Xiu, who was sitting in a wheelchair not far away, and immediately understood what was going on. The anger in his heart continued to rise, and the aura of the 8th level of key training covered the entire house, and even thunder was heard in the air. It was almost there. It was almost a breakthrough to the 9th level of key training. "Old man, you ruined my good thing, and you still want to seek revenge from me? If I don't let you and your son feel the taste of regret today, I don't deserve the surname Lu." Lu Chuan's spiritual energy was surging, staring at Wu Wei and said, "You came here to die by yourself. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Wu Wei laughed. "Boy, you are about to die. Don't pretend to be a big shot here." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, and his body banged, rushing out like a cannonball. Wu Wei, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly shrank his pupils, and a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. He couldn't catch Lu Chuan's figure at all. The speed of this guy has exceeded the limit of what he can understand. The people present didn't know what was going on, they just felt a palpitating sense of oppression. It's really strange. I suddenly felt cold, goosebumps all over my body, and I felt a kind of hairy feeling in my heart. It's really a ghost. A 4th grade master said to himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.